Hello, family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Gina with Bijou Noir. You are tuned into the Blackness. Really happy to be here with you guys today. It's been a minute, y'all, and I'm sorry about that. Those of you that are coming in, I want to thank you. I see Amina, I see you, Soldieress. I see you, Miriam. Thank you for and so Rasta. It looks like you were here earlier. I'm happy that quite a few people are coming in. While you're coming in, please hit the like button, share, share, share. This discussion tonight is not something that I normally get into. You probably not see a lot of trending discussions on my channel because I really don't get into that. But something stood out for me, so we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about what stood out for me during this whole Jada Pickett, Chris Rock, Will Smith, this whole thing that's happening. We're going to talk about the spiritual aspect of it. We're going to talk about the physical aspect of it. We're going to talk about how has it made us feel. We're going to talk about the one thing that stood out for me was the statement that he made. Keep what was that? Keep my wife's name out your effing mouth. Well, we're going to talk about what that really meant for us women, men that heard that. There's been there's so many opinions out there about all of this, and it's funny because personally, I don't want to really get into the Jada, Chris Rock, Will Smith um, individual opinions of these individuals. I really want to talk about us as a whole, our people as a whole, because this has rocketed to a cultural thing. It's not even, because now when men or women are addressing this, they're speaking of Black women, they're speaking of Black men, and this is what we usually do in our community. It's never a thing where it's an individual. We kind of like label it to the culture, to the people of the culture. So it's kind of I think it's something that um, I'm going to address only because of that. I'm hoping you guys are here for it. Share this on your social medias, Facebook, YouTube, whatever you got connections going on, Instagram. Let everybody know to come in. And again, while you're coming in, please hit the like button, share, share, share. Okay, so for me, and I'm gonna have to get my frankincense going. I'm running a little late. I hope you guys forgive me. I can't do without it. But for me, it's really it's a deep thing because women, Black women, we feel some kind of way about our hair. We're gonna talk about that too because hair is a very it's a sensitive thing for us. And there's some history behind that. History with this country, with America, not just America, but most places when it comes to our hair and the way we are looked at in this world because of it. I hope I'm gonna do this discussion justice. I don't want it to be one of those Black women against Black men type of thing, but I do want to give everybody an opportunity to come on and really discuss what they are feeling about this. And what was the deep, when you deep dive into this discussion that's been being had, this thing that happened between three people, because this affected three people and then ricocheted into all types of people. We've got different people responding in different ways for different reasons, as you can understand. And this is what I would like to do. I would like to give everybody an opportunity to get in and give me their pulse on this and let me know what they think. I've been up and down. And it's funny because got a little bit of history between the situation with Chris Rock and Jada Pickett, and it goes back to the 90s. I think he's been talking about this woman, and there's a lot of history between them, and it is something that I think is very disconcerting. Here we are in 2022, and I think this was something that this train has been running for a moment, y'all. So okay, so that being said, I wanted to start this off with something really important. As far as Black women feeling protected, because what I'm getting, that statement right there, when I first heard it, like all Black women, I ain't even gonna lie to you, keep my wife's name out your mother effing mouth. that right there spoke to me. It's not that I was proud, and I don't condone violence, and I'm on nobody's side, to be honest with you, but those words that he said were words that ricocheted with many women, and there's a lot of women that stand on the other side and see it was completely wrong, and they don't, nobody's justifying anybody hurting or hitting anyone, at least for the most part. I will say this, when rap music started become volatile towards black women, I wish more black men would have stood up. Um, when comedy became funny because black communities were being put down and black women were the butt of the joke for many comedians, I wish people would have spoke up. But that's just my two things that stood out for me, and I think this is why I'm taking this angle with it, and that's why, of course, I'm going to let people come in and give their understanding or what they feel. How did it make you feel? This is what I want. The best quote that I found was by Russell Brand. He said, "Everyone's talking about Will Smith hitting Chris Rock at the Oscars. Opinions vary, but how has it made you feel?" That stood out for me. How has it made you feel? And what was and was it part of the ceremony that just feels increasingly meaningless? Meaning that, in the time that we are in right now, with everything that's happening to us as a people, and it's been happening to us for a very long time, why is this such a big thing for us? And why was the Oscars represented as something that we felt kept out of? Because it really goes back to that. It goes back to 2015, I believe, when Jada spoke out about the Oscars. And, here we are now at the Oscars with his wife, her husband, getting the Oscars. And it's funny that the same people that fought for many black people to have the opportunity to be recognized were now being recognized and then humiliated. It kind of it's very ironic, don't you think? Okay, so for me that stood out, and out of his statement, shout out to Russell Brand. I really like this white guy. I really like a lot of things that he talked about. But what stood out for me in this statement that he made, and I have to say this was the most fair commentary that I saw about or what I feel about it based on his statement. For me, it was more so a system being unraveled. I felt like there was this thing that was so controlled, so fake, and everybody knew that there was a lot of a lot of things being held back when it comes to Hollywood, when it comes to what is being presented to us on the TV or in the media, how it controls us. Well, I felt like there was a little disturbance. It's like, if there was this energy field, there was something that crept through. And a lot of people are looking at it as a negative because it made us look this way. Look how you made us look. It made us look this way. And I'm thinking in my mind, it should be making us look within. It should be making us think about the things that we laugh at, the things that we enjoy, what makes us giggle. So I think tonight's going to be a very good conversation. I'm hoping to hear everyone's perspective. I'm going to try my best not to be too opinionated and bossy and shut you guys' opinions out. I know I tend to do that. But let's start with, since I'm here first, I'll put the link out because I want you guys to come out early, because this is really going to be about feedback. It's going to be about what you guys think. I guess you guys could have a pretty good idea how I feel. For me, looking at everything that happened, I don't really give a damn about the Oscars or awards that people may be getting. I feel like this is not the time for us to be focusing on those types of things. Anyway, we have so much that we need to be working on personally, that getting awards from people based on what they think about us and how they feel about it, especially since they said this was the darkest moment in the Oscars. I truly don't believe that. Some of the darkest moments was when we were being kept out. Some of the darkest moments was when, a lot of negative things had to happen for us. A lot of fighting had to happen for us to get there. And it's sad because we're not paying attention to those things. We're really paying attention to the incident that happened per se to this one man. And we're not going to say that it shouldn't have happened, but I'm one of those kind of people that I believe earthquakes happen for a reason. And that's my perspective on that. So I'm going to play this clip and then I'm going to invite everybody to discuss. First and foremost, let's give some respect to this man right here.
The most respected person in America is the black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the black woman. The most neglected person in America is the black woman. And as Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our woman. We believe that if the white man will do whatever is necessary to see that his woman gets respect and protection, then you and I will never be recognized as men until we stand up like men and place the same penalty over the head of anyone who puts his filthy hands out to put in the direction of our women.
All right, so there it goes. That was the first clip. I wanted to share that because I love that man and I love those statements, and I don't think black men understand that in totality. I put a clip up, a little note up. This was something that I heard from a black man. He said Jada did not deserve protection from Will Smith at the Oscars. So we're going to start with that. I want to welcome Kwame to the conversation. Kwame, tell me how you feel about what we're talking about. Look at this statement. Tell me what you think. Chime in.
I'm here. Gina, I'm glad you're back. I was wondering what the hell was going on. When I didn't get no notifications from you, I was like, what in the heck is going on? But I'm glad you brought this up. It has to be discussed. I was furious. I was furious that people would attack Will for protecting his wife. I don't give a damn what that woman did. That is still that man's wife.
Yeah.
She's a narcissist. They have given this girl all kinds of labels and stuff like that. And Gina, I was trying to figure, why was I so triggered by this? And it wasn't until I spoke with one of the elders that it dawned on me. When I got 5 daughters, Gina, and I would hope if I'm not around, somebody would protect my daughters. Gina, my sister overdosed on drugs, and she had told me that she had been raped twice.
Yeah.
Also, my mom, I was a child and watched my father kick my mother's ass. I've seen this. I was a child and I was helpless. And I have been an abuser myself. So to see this man stand up, and maybe people want to get into the what ifs and all this other kind of crap. Then and there, it had gone as far as he wanted it to go. This ain't the first time Chris had thrown slurs at this man's wife. You know what I'm saying? And then they want to talk about, well, if he was a white comedian. Listen, I'm not getting into all the hypotheticals. And I could not figure, Gina, why it triggered me so bad. But when I thought about my father kicking my mother's ass, and she had 4 brothers in Baltimore, and none of them came to check my father. When I thought about my sister, who told me she was raped twice, and she told me who one of them was, and I was in church, and I didn't do nothing. I did nothing. So since that time, and becoming quote unquote conscious, my whole thrust is we gotta look out for our sisters. We gotta look out for our sisters now. Because they don't have the strength that we have, a lot of them. They can't go up against a man, and somebody got to stand up for them. And so, even married, my daughter got into an accident near our home. We drove, me and my wife went down there, and a police officer, white cop, standing over me by a foot, jumped in my wife's face. And I stood right between him and my wife, and I said, listen, you don't talk to my wife that way. And so all of these emotions came up when I saw this happen. And it treated me that way. To the point, even when I posted on my page, I'm a part of men's groups that I'm getting ready to get out of. I said, you brothers are weak. You weak. You will sit there and let them let a man do almost anything to a woman because I have been in that position and I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. And I refuse to allow that to happen to me again. I had sisters that inbox me and said, brother, can you straighten this guy out? He is sending me dick pics. Excuse me, Gina and everyone. Sending me inappropriate pictures. And I inboxed him and said, brother, the sister's asking you to please stop it. So somebody got to stand up. Somebody got to stand up, and we cannot sit back and we're going to go through all these hypotheticals and all this kind of crap. The black woman needs to be, and I'm so glad you played that clip with Malcolm. I had a brother that talked about that girl didn't deserve to be protected, and I said, you got the nerve to have Khalid Muhammad as your profile picture. You got Khalid Muhammad as your profile picture. You talking about she don't deserve to be protected. So I'm just interested in what the brothers are going to say. I'm not necessarily worried about the sisters, and I would tell the sisters also, you can't have it both ways, baby. You can't say that we ain't protecting y'all, and then when we stand up, then it's a problem. Make up your mind. Make up your mind what you want. So could it have been handled differently? Of course. Of course, hindsight is 2020, and after the fact, yeah, we everybody done calm down and we think about it and all this other kind of stuff. But that brother, he had to say something or do something, and he did. And I tell you one thing, ain't nobody can talk about his wife like that again. I can almost guarantee you that. So that's all I really got to add, Gina. My grandson is getting ready to play basketball, and I want to hear a little bit before I got to log off. But that's my position. It triggered me, Gina, because it became personal for me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you said. And you know what? That is a one perspective. And I have to tell you, not a lot of men are feeling like you. And you see them online. I know you do. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. Talking about this woman because she's a narcissist and she's this. She's emasculated Will. She might have emasculated him, but that's what.
The thing that's killing me is not they're not just saying Jada, because you know what? None of them really know Jada. That's the funny part. But they're not just saying Jada. They're saying Black women, and it's like across the board, and it's like, this is something that happens in our community where something happens and everybody brings out the knives and start chopping each other. Yeah. And it's strange to me, but I'm going to thank you so much, my brother. I'm going to let some folks chime in. Somebody might have some questions or whatever. I know you got to go, but keep your
ears as long as I can. I'll do some sandwiches as long as I can, Gina.
Thank you, Kwame. Love you.
Thank you. Love you too.
Amina, my sister, I've missed you. Please tell me what you think. This discussion right here, I battled with. I don't do the trending topics, although it might help me. And then my husband's like, if you're gonna do it, why don't you do it the day that everybody's talking about it? I'm just like, I must not like money. But I wanted to take my time and really hear everything and do my own research. Mm-hmm. I didn't really know much about Chris Rock, and I think the reason that I probably would not have is I know I saw a couple of people saying that he's one of their favorite comedians. I think you said that too, Amina. I don't like his style of comedy. He jokes about our community. He jokes about our culture. He jokes about Black women a lot. It's a lot of I feel like tap dancing for the other side, and I've never been into that type of comedy, from male or female. But welcome, sis. Tell me what you think about the whole thing. How did it make you feel? Where are you on this?
Hi, Gina. How are you, my dear?
I'm feeling so much better today. I am
good.
Very good. Thank you.
Happy to hear it. Hope everybody's doing well. Well, now that most of the dust has settled,
yes,
I tend to think of it in a different way, and this is my perspective. Mm-hmm. We are not accustomed to seeing Will Smith react in such of a combative manner. Yeah, we've never witnessed that from him.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So, since that's not the precedent that he's ever set before, I would like to know what was his mind state prior to being that reactionary
Mm,
and ultimately combative.
mm,
I'm a firm believer that before you see the result, there has to be a root cause
yeah,
and what led that person to just lose it, because you don't see him behaving in such a manner.
yeah,
He's usually a person of, oh, we're all love and, making jokes. And I heard he's a profound jokester, and um, he's very emotional with his family. But, you never seen him react in such a manner. So I'm like, that's not atypical of him.
yeah,
So where where did this begin? Where it, and I had to come to a realization that this was a this is the blow up, and his angst started long before.
hmm,
And I don't know what happened the day of the event in
yeah,
his personal life between him and his wife,
yeah,
or his day, or his frame of thinking, or his emotional state, or his psychological state. But people don't behave in such a manner that's uncharacteristic of them for no reason.
yeah, yeah.
Now, this does not give him license to do what he has done. It does not. Um, I definitely don't agree with that. That, and still, I believe that we need to dig deeper into what led up to that emotional and ultimately combative outburst.
I mean, we can't really dig deeper into him, but we can dig deeper into us because this happens. This is happening to us now. This situation with him, um, or this situation between him, Chris Rock, I mean, and his wife, and Chris Rock kind of like this goes back to 1990 something, I think, where
2016.
no, that was when he spoke on the Oscars, but when the Million Women March,
Hmm.
he kind of went in on Jada on that too. Chris Rock kind of
Well,
was everywhere talking about it and
mhm.
kind of like belittling it and
well,
um,
I think you know that's what comedians do, right? They read the room of the environment and they comment on it. And I'm wondering is if there's some credence to what Dave Chappelle has said in his prior stand-up, you know, shows about America now has a brittle spirit, like
mm,
in terms of we used to be able to take a joke. It's just a joke. They're just jokes, right?
mm,
And I do understand that words do hurt, but Jada and Will are not new to this toxic environment in this industry that they, work in.
mm.
And I'm sure they're familiar with what goes along with the territory. So
I
that's why
I think
I'm
that's wrong, though. I think that goes into us. Like we know what goes along with the territory of white supremacy, so we should just muzzle down and take it. I think it's wrong, especially if we're doing it to each other, saying, "Hey, it's a part of the territory." You could be funny without tearing down your culture. You could be funny without tearing down Black women, especially on things that they are sensitive about. I mean, if you're making millions off of tearing down your culture and revealing your culture to other races and humiliating the weakest people in your culture, I don't know. I disagree with that. I do believe that we were jesters for people. We were
Mhm.
considered like children, and we were they played music and we danced. And I think I think we've made it okay, and I don't think we should have. And I think we've made it okay for all the wrong reasons too.
Well, I think you could also liken it to musicians in the sense of,
Hip hop.
yeah, because if they had to willingly sacrifice we, their people who look like them, in order for them to make money. See, we were the butt of the jokes. We were the denigrated and
When you say
or
you mean black women?
black women, black men,
Mhm.
black community selling drugs to one another. It goes down the line.
And those are the things that I think we've become okay with, and I don't think we should be okay with,
For the
because
almighty dollar. I
these
agree.
were things that devastated and continue to devastate our community, but yet we've been made, and the world is laughing at us.
So we've
And
been complicit in our own demise, is what you're saying.
at least my opinion.
Okay.
In my opinion, to be honest with you, it's funny because I didn't really, like I said, I didn't want to be unfair. So I went and I listened to quite a few. I went back. I went back a couple of years with Chris Rock,
Hmm.
and then after listening to him, whew, yeah, that brother, he's made money off of I mean, black women jokes. I mean, if you type black women jokes, and you'll be surprised, not just
No.
black, but white people, all kind of
Hmm.
people. Black women seem to be the funniest thing. Things that, insult black women or put black women down, or parody of black women, tend to be the biggest joke in town. Um, and it seems to be one of those things that everybody looks at as a joke. And I don't know. It's funny because I found this clip, and this man is nobody. At least I don't think so. But I want you to hear something.
This is Reverend Ransom the Fifth coming to you
You hear this man say he a reverend? I want y'all to pay attention to this reverend.
live and direct from Pepsi Town, New Bern, North Carolina, the birthplace of PepsiCo. And the name of this video is Black Women Are Bald-Headed in Real Life. Black women are bald in real life. I believe black women are bald-headed in real life, or either they got short, nappy hair because because you know everything you see is not actually real. You know, everything that glitters is not gold. Is not gold because when I see a black woman coming into the hair shop, I be seeing like where it looks good on the outside. I think they got some nice, pretty hair, but then I look on the edge, it'd be like a little crispy, like knots, be like knotty and crispy and crinkly on the edge, where the nappy hair
Part that gets me is his nappy ass beard while he's talking.
start and and with nappy hair start, the fake hair begin. You know what I mean? The what you call what that Beyonce say, some shit like the Brazilian whatever that shit, the Brazilian weave or whatever that shit is.
But this black man don't understand that black women come out of his genetics. They come out of your sperm cells. You are the father of black women. But
Hmm.
Called Becky with the Brazilian hair. Most black women, I see them when I go to the braiding shop, I see them in the seat crying and feeling their head, and their hair might be itching. When their head itching, they got that thing on their head, and they got to do it like this. I'm sorry for shaking up the camera, but they got to do it like this. You see black girls doing this right here, you know what I'm saying? That their head be itching, but they don't want to scratch it because they don't want to get the fake braids, the fake extensions out of place. You know what I'm saying? I pray to God they don't get in a fight with another girl with a fake extension, or they be trying to pull each other's hair out. They be trying to pulling each other's brains out.
And the pathology, what's behind me playing this is because I want us to understand that I want, if you're not a black woman, or if you are a black woman, if you're not a black woman, I want you to hear these words and think of your daughters, think of your sisters, your mothers. And if you are a black woman, think back to when you was a little girl and you saw your hair and you saw the difference of your hair than other little girls or girls that were put on TV, or little girls that was made to feel prettier than you. And I want you to understand that brokenness, that what happened to little girls and they become big girls, and then, man, this thing is not a joke in our community, or I never thought it was a joke, far as I was concerned.
You know, the first thing they gonna grab is grab that bitch hair. You know what I'm saying? Pull it out. My mama got in a fight in school one time and pulled the bitch hair out. You know what I'm saying? So she tells me, because they used to pick on her sister, my aunt Nettie. But that's another story. My mother, Miss Daisy, named after my great grandma Daisy, who was what you call, Seminole Indian, hair down to her butt. Now she had real hair.
You hear that? I'm not even gonna play the rest. It goes on. This reverend, pay attention. Tell me, okay, so when you see this and you think about the music, the rap videos, and you think about how women are made to feel about their hair, and or lack of hair, or women are made to feel about their color. And it's funny because when I think about that, and I was watching, I was trying to be balanced. I was really trying, y'all, because I was like, okay, this what happened to Chris Rock was wrong. And I was on that for a very long time. And then I was like, wow. I went back and I was like, I don't really know what his comedic style is. So I wanted to be fair, and I listened to this man's comedic style, and I just could not find the respect in it or anything in it. I would not want to hear it all night.
To be honest with you, Gina, I'm not a purported fan of Chris Rock's perceived comedy. I'm not a fan of. I know they're just jokes, but when you make people who look like you the sole target of your jokes, then to me that's a bigger issue. That
That speaks on the pathology of his mind, right?
Yeah, and why he feels the need to
Yeah.
do it, or why any comedian feels the need to do it. And um, Dave Chappelle may say, "Oh, in America we're a brittle spirit, like we can't take a joke." But in terms of Black women and their ideals of beauty, which we know are tainted, we tend to do things um, with the approval of Black men. And
Yeah.
if we see Black men like certain things and we think that draws their attention, that's what we'll do. We
Yeah.
don't do these things solely for ourselves, sadly, but we don't. We tend to want to do the things that will garner our men's attention.
I agree.
That's just a
And that's
fact. That's
and
not.
that's and that's and that's probably why we wear weaves, right?
Yes, I believe, or wigs,
Well,
or
not weaves. I
anything.
don't wear weaves, but
I don't either.
some of us wear weaves, right?
I
Because
don't either. My husband detests it. He detests. He can't fathom, like, why can't you wear your own hair the way your hair grows out of your own skull? And I'm that way too. I don't put that on my children. Never have. I don't do it myself. I've always been natural.
yeah,
I've never.
me
I've
too.
never. No, I just can't do it just for myself. Um, that's just me. I don't hate on those who do. That's your business. That's what you want to do. That's your
I don't
business.
judge anybody. To be honest with you, I feel like my sisters should be able to do whatever they want. But in the instance, I feel like we shouldn't always be the brunt of the joke. But
I agree.
I don't want to move further than that. I want to thank you, Amina. I want to give
Mhm.
everybody an opportunity to chime in, because there's so much to touch on tonight. This is gonna be something that I hope we could do justice to, because us being Black women, of course, we're very much like a part of what is happening, because you see the thing about it is that something came up when the brother when I saw this clip and I was watching it, and the Black man, his title is his black did Jada didn't deserve protection from Will Smith at the Oscars, and that right there, I guess it speaks volumes on where a lot of black men's minds are, and I think we need to talk about that because it goes into deeper, because there's a reason why a lot of black women are saying we're not protected, but then black men are like, well, you don't deserve to be protected. And outside of Jada and Will Smith and this Chris Rock issue, it goes into a deeper issue of you don't respect me, you don't appreciate me, you don't deserve to be protected. We're going to touch on that as well. But before we do that, I want to give I believe the Soul Rasta to Niger, and we have Sister Dantor in. So my sister, tell me what you think about what we're talking about. This conversation right here is yeah.
Yes, greetings everyone.
Greetings, welcome, sis.
Yes, Gina. Definitely missed you, and
That's all.
everyone's talking about this, so don't feel any type of way. Everyone's talking about
Yeah.
this. Everyone. And to be honest, I personally, when I first saw it, I don't watch the Oscars and that type of thing. I'm not interested in any of that. So I wasn't watching it, but I did see the, aftermath,
Mm-hmm.
clips and things. And I personally, when I saw it, I thought it was a psyop. I thought it was staged, as they are
Me
actors,
too. Me too.
as there are such things as stage managers and productions, such as the Oscars, and how
Yeah.
he even get up like that. He had to walk up some stairs to get up there. He
Yeah.
didn't, and there's other things to make me think that. Number one, he was laughing. Number two, the joke was not offensive.
Yeah.
And everyone jokes. That's what the guys do. Comedians make jokes. Comedy is an art form. It's a valid art form. It was a complimentary joke. He told her she was a badass like Demi Moore. When that movie came out, G.I. Jane, everybody thought that Demi Moore woman was so beautiful. She was on all the magazines at that time. She was looked at as the hottest woman around and a badass. So it was a complimentary joke. Nothing to deserve a beat down. And not only that, I believe women deserve to be protected from rape, assault, uh, from lies, from all the poverty, all the terrible things in the world. But I don't believe women need to be protected from jokes. And if you think somebody really put you down, you
Mm-hmm.
need to take it outside, because now their whole family, if their family wasn't a joke before, their family is like the everlasting joke. People are going to be making jokes and clowning on their family forever because of this.
Mm-hmm.
Forever. Everybody knows. I don't watch that crap, but I watched some little clips of that first one, that table talk thing with the daughter,
Yeah. The
Willow,
red
right?
table or whatever. Yeah.
Right. It was Willow and the mom and the grandma, and it was so fucking creepy and weird. I had to stop watching it. I'm like, I ain't watching this. Something's weird about this. Because she was telling the story like it should have been happy, but she was crying. And it was this weird psychological thing about, if you know anything about psychology, when people deal with trauma and things, they have incongruent uh, emotions.
Yeah.
Like they move and say something different from what they're expressing. And
Yes.
it means there's something weird going on
Yeah.
that's not, that's
It's like
behind the
that
scenes.
snap point. That snap point right there. That's like I'm about to snap. Yeah.
So I watched that. And I was like, I ain't watching this. And then I never saw that other one till like yesterday with Will, because I don't want to know who's doing who in whose bedroom. That's not my business. And it's disgusting that they're talking about it on a show. And I think it's part of the media agenda of degrading the black people, the black man and the black woman, because they put these stars, so-called stars, they put them up on this pedestal in order to knock them down. They put Bill Cosby up on the pedestal to knock him down. They
Right.
put Will Smith up on the pedestal to knock him down. Just a day. Oh, he's recognized for deserving the Best Actor award. Oh, that's the day he's going to get up on stage and slap the shit out of the next one of the best comedians that's been around. I don't listen to these jokes, but according to, comedians, he's in the top up there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're always like friendly behind the scenes. And like I said, that fucking joke, excuse my language, that joke wasn't even offensive. It was
It wasn't funny. I don't know if it wasn't offensive. It definitely offended.
maybe to her, but I'm saying as far as coming from there's a million people watching live TV broadcast across the world, the top show in entertainment. You're going to walk up the stairs and slap somebody. It's like, at least get him backstage or after the show, beat the shit out of him if you need to, stomp him if you really want to. But really, live TV, that's why I really think it was a psyop, to be honest.
So I think that was my first opinion. I looked at it and I'm like, oh, orchestrated. But then I'm like, orchestrated or not orchestrated, it's meant to be to this thing. I think again,
he never slapped that boy who Jada was talking about. She was doing everything with. He never slapped her and him.
I don't know
He had the nerve to slap
we
Chris.
do that.
That's why it doesn't make sense. That's
Like,
what everyone's saying.
I understand.
It's not congruent. His actions are not congruent. Oh, you can sleep with my wife, but don't make a joke about her. Sleep with her, but don't make a joke.
To do with this though, so I mean, she slept.
This has to do with it. This is what everyone's saying.
Let me finish my statement, if you don't mind. What does the fact that they had his wife cheated on him
because they put it on TV?
I finished my statement. I mean, can I finish it? What does that have to do with the fact that you're now, it wasn't just a joke, it was more so, and this is something, and again, if you know the history, it goes back to 1997, where he's always taken hits at Jada. And I think from what I hear, and a lot of people are coming out with this perspective now, is that, this is something that's been addressed before. So personally, on a personal, and now you're doing it again. So I think that we don't have the full story, but we do know that since 1997, he's been throwing.
Sure. If he wants to beat up
Chris, right here, it seems like it's a personal attack.
If he wants to beat up Chris, do it after the show. Stomp him if you want.
I'm not condoning him hitting him, but
I'm just saying.
Not throwing the fact that she, like, I see a lot of people throwing in the fact that she don't deserve, just like the statement said, Jada didn't deserve protection.
No, I'm saying I don't think she needs protection from a joke. I think she needs protection from another man, and Will didn't do that. I think she needs to be protected by being in a relationship where she's cared and loved as everyone. And obviously that ain't happening, and she put that out for the whole world. That's how come I know about it. I don't want to know about it. So that's what I'm saying. His actions are not congruent. Her actions, she put it out there for the whole world. She put it out there.
That being said, she kind of deserves the joke, or what are you saying? I'm trying
the joke. What is comedy? Should we stop comedy right now?
Okay, so far as you're
concerned, comedy, he didn't say nothing bad about her. He said actually he made it. That would be a great idea if she made that movie. If she
I don't think she took it that way.
I'm just saying, in real life, that would have been way better if she actually made that movie instead of Will slapping. For our people, for Black people, she would have been like.
I'm just gonna do this because I understand you're passionate about this, but we got to go into the next person and we got to get this out the way. This is not about a movie. He was not trying to get her involved into a movie. He was making a joke. Period. Point blank. It was not a healthy joke for our culture. Period. That's what we're talking about.
I agree. It was a joke.
I don't think it was a healthy joke for our. I think it was a very.
What she could have done with that joke she could have made that movie, made a bunch of
I
money,
don't
and
think
made.
we're talking. That's not even realism right now. Let's not do that. That's not what she could have done. She didn't do anything but sat there.
I'm saying she can still do that. She's an actress.
Do you not
She was
understand?
in
That's
The
not what we're
Matrix.
talking about right now. I don't want to get lost in this. This is not it. I want to stay relevant in this
I'm
conversation.
saying instead of slapping,
she didn't slap him. She didn't slap him. So we're not talking
Will
about
slapped. I know. I'm just saying.
Will responded the way he felt.
The response.
Yes. So she could have made a movie. It's not a response to what Will did. And that's another aspect of everybody thinking that she should be responsible for what Will did. And that's another thing that I'm a little crazy about. I'm just like, this was something that she's going through alopecia. This is not something that I'm gonna tell you guys something. I have lots of hair, right? But I can imagine waking up and losing clumps of my hair, and it would devastate me because I'm attached to my hair. I don't know. I'm looking at it from a perspective. I'm really sorry that this happened to Chris Rock, but I think he has poor taste in jokes and tend to put down Black women a lot in his jokes. I don't appreciate that. I don't like that kind of funny no more. In a society where Black
I don't like his jokes.
Respected. Can I finish? In a society where Black women and Black men are not respected, appreciated, or even have no power, I don't think we should be sitting there slamming ourselves. I think we went wrong when we made that a thing and we made everybody laugh at us. I mean, I was watching comedians, and even Indian comedians talk badly about Black people. White people speak badly about Black women. Everybody has a Black woman joke coming out their ass because our brothers opened the door to that. And this is what I'm talking about. I think is wrong. And I think the fact that we're sitting here condoning I think we need to move to a space where we realize that it's not okay that we're putting Black men down in jokes, and it's not okay that we're putting Black women down in jokes. Maybe we need to find some other shit funny, because what we're doing is basically giving people ammunition, and that's what I'm really trying to get to. I don't want to sit here.
Should we stop comedy?
Yeah, Jane is not important to me, nor do I think it's important to her. I think she was clearly hurt at that moment. So I want to go to the next person. I want to talk about what movie she could have done. We're not going to make bread out of this, though. We're going to talk about how it made people feel, because to be honest with you, we're expecting these people not to be people, and they are people. And I'm happy that they responded like people for a moment, for us to really realize that, yeah, it's not okay to, in this time that we're going in, people becoming millionaires out of just sitting there dogging women or putting Black women down, or bringing Black men down, or putting our Black culture, our Black community, our Black person should not be the joke anymore. White people are sitting back laughing at us, and they're mad at us for the wrong reasons. Like, there was a lot of people that responded to the whole Will Smith and Jada thing. It was more so because they felt like, it should have been just taken at as a joke. And it's okay for the Black woman to be looked down at as far as they're concerned. This has been the thing since whenever. You go back to all comedians, Black women have always been the brunt of the joke. And for me, I'm passionate about that thing. A joke is not a joke anymore, because we got so many important things to do. You sitting there, I'm gonna share a clip because
Gina, real quick, I just wanted to say, I
don't want to hear nothing.
Person right here,
making it seem like we don't matter.
Yeah.
My point just was that it wasn't a sit down.
First thing I'm going to do is pay homage to.
Okay, so let's watch this sister talk about Black women here, because you know what? I have daughters, and I have this understanding. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. I'm gonna say this from the time I was a little girl, and I've always had long hair. Always. But I've always heard how Black men joked about Black women's hairs, and it's always hurt, because these are our Black men.
This from someone until I learn all that other stuff.
And it gives people like this person, this lowlife, this nothing, this trash, the opportunity to come from where they're coming from the rock they're crawling from, to come out their mouth with the shit you're about to say.
This person right here, my dear sisters. Yep. Is, if you don't recognize her Her name is Tila Tequila or whatever. I guess she was a big person on MTV at one point in time. Yeah. Here in Black History Month, and here as in listening to your brother D, again, if I am going to be making the point that Black people are the people of the little thing
I want to
to be making.
This topic that nobody really likes to talk about, but it's very well known. The fact that most Black women are bald, and they don't understand why. They blame it on like, oh, we use too much chemicals for our hair, it's the glue, and too much braiding. But that's not it, because when I was in Hollywood, I did all kinds of stuff to my hair all the time. I bleached it, and it's just not like that. It's only Black women who go bald, and let me tell you why. Because let me tell you this verse here. But if a woman has long hair, it is a glory to her, for her hair is given to her as a covering. 1 Corinthians 11:15. So, I have such long hair, and it grows so fast all the time that I'm constantly having to cut it. As y'all see, it's constantly growing. And it says it is a glory to her, not to her shame. And let me read this to y'all, this little article I found. It says, a study 3 years ago of almost 6,000 women of African descent by Boston University Stone Etymology Center found that almost 48% of respondents had suffered hair loss on the crown or on the top of the head, mostly caused by traction alopecia. That's not what it's caused by, but let me keep going. Given the topic tends to be shrouded in silence, the true figure may be higher. All of them. It says, if we all had to take off our wigs at work, 8 out of 10 women would have hair issues. It's just something we don't and won't talk about. We are very ashamed of it, says Bandal, this Black woman. So she says, we are very ashamed of it. So see, God's people don't walk around feeling shameful. God's people are walking around filled with glory and long hair.
And the reason I played this because it goes back to religion. I don't know about you guys, but this thing echoes into even scriptures. And I don't know if you know that, but a lot of us don't understand that even in the scriptures, Black women were beat down in many belief systems. Even now, the Hebrew Israelites, they teach Black women that the reason you're bald, and that's clearly not true. I cut my hair. I used to sit on my hair, actually. Black women are not bald. It's just a matter of not knowing how to take care of our hair, or being in a place where all the shampoos and all the things that they sell to take care of our hair actually have things in there that depletes our hair. So that being said, I was a Hebrew Israelite. Oh, I am still a Hebrew, but I'm not in nobody's camp. When I used to be in camps, black men that were spiritual men used to push this thing. And this brother that's letting this sister speak, he's actually a Hebrew Israelite. To speak would push this narrative that Black women were the ugliest women on this world and the baldest women in this world because of a curse that was put on them. This thing with hair, it goes deep with us. And if we know the history and we understand how it's been used to humble us and to make us feel less than all other women on this earth, it would never be a joke that we would accept on any level. And it's funny because for the first time, and I'm not saying Will was right, I don't think it should have been handled that way. But at the same time, I think it was supposed to be, and all things that happen because they're supposed to happen. I think it was supposed to happen that way for the world to understand that Black men are tired. Be it that he did it for his own reasons or he did it because, an insult to my wife should be an insult to me. Regardless of what type of woman she is, be it that she deserves or don't deserve respect, an insult to my wife that I brought with me to sit next to me, to partake in this thing that I'm about to receive is an insult to me. And Black men deserve that respect too. Black men should respect each other in that way too. I think it was classless both ways. I think it was classless for Chris Rock. I mean, we should not be, I mean, a joke. The thing is that we've been the joke for too long. And we've accepted that, you know, we've been the parody for too long. We've been the jester for too long, and we've been the butt of the joke for too long. And how do you ask for respect of others if you're not respecting yourselves? So for me, it's not a joke. I apologize, but I really don't want to make light of this. I don't want it to be something that we talk about as if, well, this could have been done, this could have been done. No, that brother did what was in his soul to do. And I don't think it was, maybe he could have waited backstage and slapped him. But Chris Rock has been disrespecting Black women for decades and making millions out of it, making white people laugh. Making Black men laugh. He does it well. He does it better than most. I've watched a couple of folks. I even watched white men talk about Black women's hair. It's ridiculous. But I think Black men opened the door to other people being able to speak on certain things that they only knew about Black women. I don't want this to be taken lightly tonight, y'all, because it's not a light thing.
I really don't take it lightly. You know, it's not a light thing, especially all that poisonous weave. It is poisoning people. It's straight poison. The chemicals that they have to put on that horsehair because the parasites and the different bacteria that's on that to kill it, it's serious. And just like you said, it's a lie that we can't grow hair. All these brothers out here, I have dreadlocks, you have dreadlocks, all these brothers out here with long dreadlocks. So they show it. There's nothing different between a brother and a sister. It's just what's happening, like you said, taking care of it, the chemicals, but it's more than that. I really think it's a thought process. The idea that we don't have good hair, and that thought, it's like when you hate something of yourself, you put that energy towards it. And I think that has something to do with it.
And that's what I'm talking about, sis. That's exactly. And it's a self thing, that hating yourself thing. But is it okay to sit there and make jokes of it and speak in front of other races? Women that don't have those issues. Men that don't have the people, stuff that we used to deal with in our kitchen and only our men and our brothers and our cousins knew. This man took it to a stage and made everybody laugh. And then they've been laughing ever since. Okay, so I want to take this to the next space, because then again, like I said, if I'm not a man and I can't speak for a man, but if I go somewhere and let's say my husband cheated on me, beat me, whatever, and I decide to stay with my husband, and me and him, we go somewhere, and we get to that place, it's not going to make me feel good that you're dogging him either, or that you're ridiculing him either. It's like you're disrespecting him is a disrespect to me as well, because it's a choice that I've made. And so, be it that Jada deserves or don't deserve respect or protection, if Will decides to be with her and Will decides that this is the woman that I choose, regardless of what she's done to me, then she deserves his protection. That's his choice. And Black men have gone to the extreme of making it seem like, because the only people that should be protected is the ones deserving. Now, if we turn that around and say that the only men that deserve to be respected is the ones that's doing A, B, or C, then that would be wrong. All Black men should be respected. And that doesn't mean that if you're choosing to stay with this person, you should still respect them. This is a relationship that they have. Open marriages is not something new in the world. People having entanglements, that's been happening since the beginning of time, but that's their choice. In our community, we don't even respect each other's choices. Okay, so that being said, I want to thank you. So I'm not trying to be rude, but I really want to stay on track. I don't want to get caught up in what everybody's opinion's been out there, because to be honest with you, we need to hear what's happening to, like, the deeper. I'm deep diving now. I'm not really, y'all notice I don't even come on here that much. I'm not going to come on here to say what everybody else has been saying and to hear the same stuff about ourselves, because to be honest with you, deep dive into it. These three people, this thing that happened has been happening to our community for a very long time. Here's an opportunity for comedians, and it's funny because I see quite a few comedians responding like, I would have done this to him. Oh, this blah, blah, blah. For a very long time, Black men or Black comedians or Black women have been getting away with tearing our community down in public or revealing our back, our kitchen hairs in public. And this is how they've made themselves rich. But while they were doing that, they were deteriorating us as well. At least that's my opinion. I want to go to and this right here is really sensitive to me because I know that this is not just one thing. It's not just affecting these people. This is ricocheted now into something like, do we really give a damn about what Oscars think or what these people think about us, or we're not being invited to these spaces and places? We had to force their hands to get us there. It was Jada in 2015/16 that made big noise about Black people not being recognized in those seats. And now we're humiliated because, oh, this was such an opportunity. For what? They did it out of fucking pressure. They didn't do it because we didn't deserve it before. We've been deserving the Oscars. We've been deserving the awards. We should have been getting those accolades. So we're not going to sit here and talk about how he ruined opportunities and things, because that's all of that is surface level. I want to go deep. So if you guys are ready, we could go deep, but there's other people that are talking about surface stuff where, they really want to, our opportunities. And I'm looking at these folks like, are you serious? Okay, so
I'd like to speak, Gina.
I believe you are, I think it's Tunija that's next.
Oh, okay.
I will come to you, sis. I apologize. So Tunija, my brother.
Yeah.
I want to deep dive, y'all. I don't want to do surface level conversation, and I don't think that's what Soul was doing. I love my sister, so I want to put that out there. But I want us to understand that. Let's go deep on this one, because I want us to understand how it's affecting us and been affecting us. And is this truly a bad thing that happened? Because I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah. Greetings to everyone, and thank you for having me.
You're always welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been involved in some of the discussions about this, and first about the hair. I think we as the people really need to stop apologizing for what Providence has given us. Even if it's given us one strand of hair, we should hold it up and be proud of what we are. We have nobody to apologize to, and that is for sure. And about Will making us look bad. Come on, this is not about us, and we have no apologies we don't owe anybody any apologies for what an individual does, and he has a right to respond the way he sees fit. If you want to judge them whether they are wrong, maybe Chris Rock should have been more sensitive about the person he's trying to criticize. After all, it's a condition. If somebody has got cancer, you don't go on stage and make a joke about it, or you don't go and make a joke about Hitler that it's like it's a good idea. There are certain limits. And
I'm happy you brought that out.
If people pretend as if he's not culpable to an extent, he must have understood. He must have already known. He knows these people. These people, they know each other. Maybe he's not in their good book. He knew that, and she's got a condition. He probably is aware of that, and then he used that for a joke. And sometimes a man takes criticisms for so many other things. The day you just say one little one, he could decide to react then. And personally, I don't care whether it's Oscar or robots or whatever they call this thing. I have a grudge against Oscar in the first place because they didn't nominate the Harder They Fall for anything at all. I have a grudge against. That's a sham. And now you have a situation whereby one of your comedians go on and make a joke about somebody, and the guy feels okay, yeah, maybe he shouldn't have done that, because if Chris Rock has decided to fight back, that would have been a shambles. Their whole career would have been over. Maybe he shouldn't have done that, but this is why sometimes we have to be more responsible the way we talk to people. I've said it before. If you insult people with something that hurts them, don't expect reason. You can't expect reason. This is one of the earliest lessons I've learned when I was in Nigeria. They said, don't get in between married couples. Don't get in between. You don't know where the bodies are buried.
A whole world just getting into these people's decision, and they're both deciding that this is okay, and they decided to sit at that red table and be vulnerable and tell their business. It was their decision. How dare us?
What people, you need to see some of the silly things people talk about. It. Oh, she's nobody. Like it's like she's attached to Will Smith because Will Smith is shining. It's like, what is that? They are a married couple. They've been married for decades. What is your problem with that? We talk about we want marriages to be, we want families to stay together, and you are talking about him dumping his wife and go on because she slept with a man. It's none of your business. There's even a story in the Bible where a woman was cheating on his husband, and the guy went and cried to God, and this my wife is cheating. God told him, your people have cheated on me. You stay with your wife. What? You can't get between couples.
That part.
Yeah, because when people start pretending as people are perfect and judging people all over the place, it's ridiculous. Both of them could be right to do what they did. Maybe Chris Rock is happy to, he's a comedian. That's his job. He can make a joke. And Will Smith is also right to react the way he reacted. In the end, sometimes life happens the way it happens. We as a people don't have to apologize. We've seen crazy people do, other people do all kinds of crazy things where some of their elites are talking about grabbing people by the privates and kids slaughtering people at young children at schools and all the rest. They don't apologize to us. They talk about them having mental health issues.
And they talk about this being the darkest time in Oscars. The darkest time is the
darkest.
All the dark people out for so long.
You are so correct about that. You are so correct about that. How can you? This is the darkest time.
The Oscars.
This is the darkest time. The Harder They Fall was not nominated, and this is the darkest time. That song has got 3 songs. I'm still crossed about that. That movie has got 3 solid songs. The ones that were nominated are complete rubbish. Yeah. And it was, come on, don't give me that this is the darkest time in the history of Oscar. Maybe Will Smith shouldn't have responded the way he did in terms of going to slap somebody on the stage. But life happens. You don't know how you're going to react. And I don't understand why our people are feeling like we have to apologize for his behavior. We shouldn't. He is a man. He has the right to defend his wife. If you ask me, that is a good instinct. Maybe it's too long coming. It's something that he should have done a long time ago. We should be able to defend our families. You don't get in between couples, even if they came out openly, like and the wife comes out talking about how they cheated on each other and stuff like that. That is not edifying, but it doesn't still mean you should get in the middle. I learned that a long time ago from a very, very young age. So people should just chill out and leave. This is not about us. This is about the 2 people that are involved. And maybe, what's his name? Chris Rock should have read the room or known that this, you can't, I don't even understand it. Somebody's wife has got a condition. Why is that your preferred joke, this thing? You shouldn't even come in the material at all. It's distasteful, especially given that their family has been criticized for so many reasons.
Funny thing is, when I was growing up, somebody called you G.I. Jane. That was disrespectful. It was like saying you was a lesbian. No, nothing against lesbians, but not my thing. But that was what that used to mean. It's funny how people just, this man has been doing this since 1997, this has been the jab between him and Jada Pinkett. I don't know what the obsession is, but if I was a man and I was married to a woman and you've been jabbing at my wife since 1997, it might just affect me just I think at first he probably was laughing, and he looked at her and it reminded him probably of a conversation that they had about how this man is always doing this to me, and maybe he saw her get emotional about it. We don't know the situation behind closed doors, or maybe this woman is devastated about the fact of living here. I don't know about y'all, but at one point my hairline was thinning. I was devastated.
Of course, there are men out there. Let me just say something. There are men out there that are so embarrassed by even getting bald. Something that is normally natural to men. They get embarrassed and they want to go and put wig on it and all the rest of it. And a woman has lost all her hair, which is not her natural state. And you don't think she feels sensitive about it. You think you should come to the Oscar to make a joke about that. What if it was cancer, or what if it was COVID? Which one? Where do you draw the line? You can't just go on doing that type of stuff, especially if you know you're about to talk about her. Maybe you should consult them first, whether they are in the right. For all you know, they came out that morning talking about the hair. How bad they feel about it.
When it comes to, somebody put in a comment section, he's a comedian. It was a joke. He's supposed to make jokes. Maybe we are at a point now, and I hope that this is what's happening, where we are not just accepting anything anymore. People are getting tired of that.
They never accepted anything anyway. There is always limits.
Respect on my name. I mean, that's all I'm saying. I mean, a joke is a joke is a joke, but there comes a point. If you've been doing something for many years, and I'm sure that this was presented to you at one point, I could only imagine, that, okay, enough is enough. Please stop. It's not funny.
Mm-hmm. The jokes, I'm not, even in comedy, there's always been limits. You can't there's not everything you joke with really anyway. So in the end, both sides have a right to do what they are doing because it's their profession. And in time, he is a husband. He feels the need to defend his wife at this point in time. A lot of people will say, oh, why didn't you do it when he was with another man and all the rest of it? But now is this time he chose to respond. For all you know, it has dawned on him that he should have even done more before now. It doesn't matter. He is taking responsibility. He apologized. He's even quit the Oscars because of all this. So we should just move on. Personally, I really don't think that the community should be taking it as if it's a judgment on them.
I even see people tonight just saying, oh, if Will Smith don't leave her now, if he don't divorce her now, how is that your business?
That is so ridiculous. Anybody that says that kind of stuff, the kind of nonsense you hear, like, oh, she's nobody. They've been together for how many decades? What do you want? They've been together for how many decades? Yeah, they've had ups and downs. Who doesn't? All these people that judge, at the same time, they will go out and at the same time say, oh, why is our community falling apart? Why are they having divorces all over the place? This tells you one thing that I've learned. The reason why my instinct, let me give you one instance. Recently, it's not even that long ago. There are these two couples were going out, and the family members were telling them, were advising the son, don't go out with this girl. Don't do this girl. It's not worth your while and all the rest of it. And I was just around there. They asked me, what do you think about it? I said, you know what? The way that guy is quiet, maybe you should allow him to make his own decision. What it turns out that at that time when they were saying all those things, the lady was pregnant. She didn't know. None of them knew. Now, when they found out, guess what? Whom are the people that are going to be the bad guys? The ones that asked him to break up with the girl. This is when that stuff occurred, I told them, you see why? You see why Nigerians say when people are together, be careful what you advise. Because tomorrow you are the one that they will use as a sacrificial lamb because you came out and tried to break them apart. And it's not even that long, not long ago, I also found out that in Nigeria, the divorce rate is about less than 1%. And I completely disagreed with that. Like this Kenyan was telling me, I said, no, that's wrong. It's not correct. There's no way that is the case. He pulled it up on Google. I said, no, that's not possible. Is that a cult? Then he asked me, do you know anybody that is divorced in Nigeria? And I couldn't find one. I couldn't find one. It turns out that what Nigerians tend to do is that even when they are supposed to divorce, they don't officially divorce.
They just leave and go.
Yeah, they could be apart for a long time. They will not officially divorce, and they will still come back if they need to come back for any idiot that feels that they can get in the middle.
That
is a weird contraption.
With my husband, nobody could come to me and tell me, oh, I should leave him because of A, B, or C. What? Or if I choose to forgive him for something, somebody's gonna tell, oh, I'm a dummy for that, or I'm a simp for that. What? I mean, it's gotten to the point where, okay, Jada deserves no protection from Will Smith. What? That's his choice. He's choosing to still be with this woman. What does that have to do with, if you don't respect her, at least respect him. I mean, the thing about it is, if you don't respect her, respect him and his choice. It doesn't matter what you think or how you would be. That's the thing. It's like a whole bunch of people just trying to, if you don't stand up this way, then you're not doing the right thing. And this is a part of what's wrong. I think it's wrong.
We bought into the propaganda and that, oh, if this is how it's supposed to be, this is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And if you're anything like this, it's the end of the marriage. Split up. And you don't know what they are going through. We all just, when you're outside a relationship like that, you don't know where the bodies are buried. You don't know who is trading what.
You don't know what they've agreed.
And you just assume to know.
You don't know what she's been through. You don't know the whole story. You don't know the history behind him, Chris Rock, and these three people. Instead of us really embracing them all and saying fuck the Oscars, we still love our brothers and sisters. We support them all. We know that they can get past this. People are choosing sides, not realizing that, and it's I'm saying that, even Chris Rock, I don't agree with the jokes. I don't agree. I think that this right here is a revelation of, enough is enough. If you can't make people laugh outside of making them laugh at yourself, then you're not a comedian. Something's wrong. If the only way you can make money and make people laugh is by making them laugh at yourself, then you're not a comedian. There's a name, another name for that which you are. And comedians should be able to make fun at everybody. But if you just go out there and every day you're just making fun of the same group of people, the same dynamics, and they look like you, then it seems like you're playing up to a certain group of people.
Yeah.
And that's the part that hurt me. But I want to thank you, Tunaja. You definitely responded in a way that, and it's funny because I saw a lot of African men that were responding from the continent, responding like that. And I think there's something to be said about what you said about in Nigeria. People don't get in between.
Oh no, it's a dangerous business. It's dangerous business.
So for me, that's a lot. And it says a lot because it's a matter of respecting. And you don't go around, let's say, okay, give me an example. If this was a Nigerian presentation and a Nigerian man was about to get an award and his Nigerian wife was right next to him, and this was a Nigerian affair, would they be disrespecting this man's wife at that point?
If you disrespect a Nigerian man's wife, you are going to be enemies. Maybe he might not respond on stage like the way Will Smith respond, or he might just start a fight. You just don't know. But it's not going to end well. And you know how Nigerians and their egos and all the rest, that is guaranteed to cause problems. If you insult a Nigerian man's wife, you have made an enemy for yourself. And it's a bad idea. And it turns out that Nigerian women were supporting Will Smith. the women on TV, and those same women were the ones talking about women's rights and all the rest the day before, but they were supporting Will Smith going to smack the guy, and like, why that he has a right to defend his wife and all the rest of it. They were very happy to talk about women power and all the rest, but they still prefer that the husband is able to defend the wife. Whether it's wrong or right, it doesn't matter. That when they get home, they will settle it.
That is something to think about. Thank you so much, Tunaja. Okay, so Miss Dantor, you've heard what Tunaja said. You heard what my sister Soul said. Amina chimed in. Kwame was here earlier. I'm gonna try to let a lot of people talk now, not to disturb y'all. I'm a little passionate about this thing because, to be honest with you, for a couple of things are happening for me right now. I don't give a damn about the Oscars. I don't care what it means for us as a people because I know exactly what it means for us as a people. Let's not be fooled. This is not something that, means anything to us as a people. We're making it mean something to us as a people. The sad thing is we have not found what means anything to us as a people. And so we're still at everybody's doorstep. And that for me is problematic. I want to ask you, Dante, what do you think about what we're talking about?
First, I'd like to agree with Tunaja. I think I got put in the check by my Nigerian ex for trying to diffuse the situation. And, he's like, you're my woman. And so I'm going to speak on your behalf and protect you the way I see fit for the situation. So I was looking out for, this was in the past, but I was looking out for his well-being per se. But he let me know what his role was. And I never did it again. I think from what Will did, I understand that he was protecting his woman. But immediately, I didn't see it because I'm right here in LA and I don't watch the Oscars, and we're impacted by the street closures and all that.
A day later, that's how much I don't even.
Yeah, but for me, my mind, when I did see it, immediately went to two places. One, to the young men that I work with in professional settings who are striving and trying to advance and being told that, their voice is too deep or they're speaking too harshly. So, where they're trying to be fixed in a setting, and when they're being their natural selves, and how the optics of what Will did would reflect on those gentlemen, and potentially being seen as also violent. And so, yes, we can't put you, John or Jim, in front of the client because the client might be afraid. And this does translate directly.
So does that make white men all molesters and child and rapists and
Oh never? Oh never?
I mean, why do we even don't take that one? No,
it would never. But I'm telling you what I see, what I experience.
One black man slaps another black man would make us all hostile and volatile.
Absolutely. In the corporate settings that I'm in.
Whatever Weinstein rapes, molests, and sleeps with children, we're not going to be afraid to leave our children around white men.
Yeah, I didn't say I agree with it. Okay. I'm just basing it on my experience and where my mind went.
Yeah,
immediately. Okay. Secondly, it went to the contradictions in our very own community. Because if I recall, Chris Rock did a movie on black hair.
Oh man, good hair. I posted it on the community page, y'all. If y'all want to see it, I posted it a couple of days ago. And it's funny because he's throwing all kinds of jokes in there about black women.
Yeah.
One in particular was he told this woman in India, because he went to India to see where fake hair went. And he said, you don't have to buy hair, do you? And she's like, no. And he's like, well, black women, if you see any black women, you better run. And I was like,
yeah, but I thought he ended that movie with, talking about his daughters and how, they shouldn't be judged and this and that. And then you turn around and get on a stage and do the very opposite. And so that's
even in that movie, and I told you guys, I put the link, the whole movie is in the community section if you want to see it. Even in that movie, he's throwing little hijabs. So go ahead.
Wow. So there's something deeper. There's something deeper going on with him and on a level of self-hate that I don't share.
Yeah.
I never will. I'm a highly melanated woman with not one European feature, with waist-length locks. And so no one's ever going to make me feel uncomfortable about, my hair. And I don't allow anyone to do that to anyone in my circle.
Yes.
But I think we have to fix the contradictions in our community because this whole thing made me think about the Black Lives Matter movement. Yet we're still using the N word and the B word for women, and we're using simps. And it's like every few years there's a new negative word that comes out that men and women are using against each other. And if we don't fix this internally, no one is. They're just going to continue to make money off of it. The whole rap music industry and how we're just allowing it. But
that simp aspect is quite. Sorry for interrupting you. That simp one is very interesting because basically what they're saying is that if you are trying to be nice to a woman, you're a simp.
Yes.
If you respect women,
what is that?
If you stand up for women,
What
you're
is
a
that?
simp. If you don't put women down like we do, you're a simp.
That's just ridiculous.
So it's like I left, I'm still confused. I'm still scratching my head. I hear the arguments on both sides. I'm disappointed. I do believe that, what one person does impacts others, unfortunately. And until we start moving in our own spaces, I think that's going to be our fate. So I would just like to see a coming together of some. I don't know where it can originate from, if it's religious institutions or where, but we just keep getting further and further apart. And this business of judging people and talking about what I would have done or wouldn't have done, you don't know what you would have done.
Let me ask you something. If this was a white man that stood up because, let's say, Chris Rock did the same joke, but let's say it was a white man and his white wife, and Chris Rock made this joke, and he went, and the white guy got up and slapped Chris Rock, what do you think would have been the end effect?
He would have, it would have been the same. He would have gotten his award. He would have, nothing would have happened.
You think his community would have came out the way we came out? And
oh, absolutely not. Especially that he slapped a black man. Oh no, yeah. He'd be hailed as a hero.
He'd be like, yeah, they would be now saying how certain jokes push the envelope.
Absolutely. Somehow the Fifth Amendment would be altered immediately.
Exactly. Chris would be the villain.
For sure. But we don't get those kinds of, so-called breaks. And we certainly don't get the he's lucky. In the city of LA, where it's one of the most corrupt police departments, he's lucky they still didn't arrest him. Find some way to arrest him. So I would like to see us step back and think of our own personal consequences, because there's not enough money in the world. If LAPD was going to arrest him, they would have arrested him, whether he's Will Smith or not.
You know what? And I like the way that somebody said they would call Chris a thug and abusive. They would have called him insensitive. They would have called him, they would have said that it was, not calculated. All this other stuff would have been coming out their mouth about how, this is the type of comedian.
Well, maybe the woman would have said she felt
comedian,
The woman would have said that she felt uncomfortable and threatened, and some of the other words that they say when they're around a black man. So she would have felt like her safety was, in jeopardy.
So, but because this happened to a black woman, if he was married to a white woman,
same. She would have been a victim. She would have been a victim and not a target like she is in our community. She's a target. Jada, no matter what people are passing judgment left, right, and center. And I like the fact that you said you don't know what agreements they made in their relationship. So that's not for us to pass judgment at all.
Yeah.
I don't think before they went to that red table that they didn't have a private chat about it.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think he didn't know what he was walking. I don't think this is something that just happened in one day.
I agree.
And the fact that we are taking it on like this is something, and this man is saying, I'm staying with my wife. I love my wife. This is what we've decided to do. We're going to stick with each other regardless, whatever. And that means that whatever goes both ways. You don't know whatever she had to deal with.
Yes. He could have been with 55 women before.
Just because there was no red table conversation about some of the stuff that she's taken in. But hey, I'm going to stand aside. You see, this is the thing. I don't agree with that. For me, loyalty is everything.
Yeah.
And I don't step out and don't expect mine to step out. And I appreciate that about my relationship, but that's my relationship.
But that's again in our society, the man can do this, but the woman can't. And then here are the consequences for her. I hadn't heard any consequences that should go down for a man. And as you said, no one's saying if your man cheats on you, you should disrespect him. I haven't heard that in our community, but I've heard she's this, she's that, whatever. Hadn't heard anything about what should happen to a man.
There is nothing. But the thing about it is this. My biggest thing is the protection part. Okay, now let me ask you a question, sis. And I'm going to go back, and I wanted to ask Soul this question, but I don't think I got it out. But you guys could ricochet on this as well. How did it make you feel when you saw when he got up and did what he did, how has it made you feel?
It saddened me because I dealt with a similar situation in my personal life, where a gentleman said something to me and touched me, not on an inappropriate part of my body, but my significant other felt like touching me at all was a violation.
Right.
And this happened on the way to me going to the restroom. By the time I came back and stepped out,
right,
there's a brawl going on.
Wow.
So my mind went immediately to, oh my God, I know I don't know what's happening here, but it could be dangerous.
Yeah.
And I could end up losing him either through being locked up or death. And this is on so-called my behalf in defending my honor. And so I took the same approach to seeing Will, like, I understand what you're doing, but let's practice some situational awareness. Surely protect me, but let's do it outside of a setting where we don't have much control of the setting. For me, protect me, but let's think about it, because there are consequences either way.
Do we hold Black men back from making big moves? Because now I want to say this, because while you were saying that, I was thinking that's how I am with my boys.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I probably would be, in a sense, with my husband if we were in public and he felt like he needed to. But is this what we do in totality, where, you know, this was the point where we've always told our boys, hey, you know, just, you know, we rather stand in front. We'll jump in front of the
yes.
sword. And has that weakened them? Has that not let them get in a place where they decide when to protect us?
But how to protect
controlling? Have we, in essence, the way we make our men pause from doing what they want to do to protect us, have we stopped them from being able, like what Tunai just said about Africa and what you said earlier about your Nigerian husband?
Mm-hmm. Gina, though, out in these streets, though, a lot of the young people, they be killing each other over, oh, you looked at us, you looked at me the wrong way, you said something to my girlfriend. Over women is how, when they killed each other over it, that's nothing new.
That is a toxic version of what it's supposed to mean.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, that's young men not knowing what real protection is.
Yeah, and I heard it exactly how you heard it. You know, when he said keep my wife's name out of your mouth, I thought that was the right thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, I don't support him going to hit this thing, you know, a man on the stage, but it was the right instinct to have, and I think it's a good message to get out there for people to understand that when you're married to somebody, people need to show some difference. Especially when the husband is there, you need to show some difference.
I would expect my man to say something at that Oscars, but not act at that Oscars. If he chose to act somewhere else, where in a setting where we were prepared to do that, then I'm hands off. I'm backing away. You do what you do. But at that setting where they see it as the pinnacle, where they could arrest you, where that's the situation.
Oh, they could arrest you in your own house. You already know that. They could arrest you on your step. They could arrest you.
Sure, but it's damn sure going to happen there. Again, I still feel like he is absolutely lucky, and LAPD tried everything they could. If you look at the article, and I think there's some audio or something about it, they tried everything they could to go around Chris Rock to arrest him. So I don't want to fall into
what
their
are they going to
hands.
do to him if they arrest him? What is the damage they can do? He's already had his career. They can arrest him, and Chris Rock is not going to press charges anyway.
Well, again, it's not just about him, right?
Asking that principal question again.
It's not just about him, though. This is the example you're setting. So again, somebody else won't have.
Are you talking about the example of defending your wife? Maybe they should set more of it.
No, Tanaja, we just talked about him being arrested, and you said it wouldn't impact him, but it would impact the next person that would do the same thing and doesn't have Will Smith's career, money, anything else.
It depends on the circumstances that they do it. Obviously, you're not going to support somebody from slapping. I don't think anybody that even supported what we said that it was a good idea to go and slap somebody. I don't think anybody has said that. So, but the instinct to defend your family and defend your wife, I think it's a positive one.
Me too. I'm not challenging that at all.
Okay, so this is a deep one, and I wanna get some perspectives from men, and I want to thank you, Soul. Thank you, Sis Dontoy. I see where you're coming from, because to be honest with you, my first instinct would be to jump in front of him and be like, wait a minute, but is that right? And I'm asking myself this. I'm going deep in this because, like I said, I wanted to go deeper. I get what happens, but I get that. I don't know. For me, I don't think that the way things have been going is okay. And I think that this kind of threw a monkey wrench in, and I'm not mad about that. I'm sorry that these 3 people were affected by it. I'm sorry that it happened in front of Massa, but I don't care about that. Okay, so Power Yambe, welcome to the discussion. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about today. It's a little deep one. We're all involved. It ricochets because it's not really just about them. It's about the fact that it's about protection. It's about me, and I don't know. It's not about protection for everybody. People could speak on that, but does Jada deserve protection from Will Smith? Did he just throw his whole life away, like some folks are saying? And do Black men protect Black women? What does protecting Black women look like? Go ahead, my brother. Welcome.
Yes, hello. Pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and the panel and the comment section.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. First of all, I just want to say that Sister Danto stole my thunder. But yeah, but let me just stray a little bit on the topic, but you will reflect what we are discussing today.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't participate in your last stream, but I listened to it a couple of days later, and I was livid with Jude. I'll try to remind you.
Okay, so you coming here for Jude? You coming here to for Jude?
Yeah, no, I'm not, sister.
Stuff up.
Yeah, that Nigerian American brother was slugging off Sister Mina and was being rude, not only to Sister Mina, but I think it was Sister Rokoy as well, and it was like praising Jude, and it was like, Jude, you are African, in most of I will not say to all African culture, but in most of African culture, if you are witnessing a man being disrespectful towards a woman, especially an older woman, what we do is pick up 2 feet of soil, one for his mouth, one to rub at his face. That's our culture. And it was praising Jude, and Jude was there like siding with him, and telling our sister, shut up, and shouting, screaming. I was like, wow, I can't believe this is happening. And Jude is not saying nothing to defend our sisters. That was just out of order, honestly. That was out of order.
And I guess this ties into what we're talking about today too. Like, what does protecting Black women look like? I think what you're talking about was last week's discussion, but a couple of weeks discussion, but you tied it in. It's like, is it a Black man's responsibility to protect Black women? And what does that look like? You just brought up something that, that's strange. That's good because
Yeah,
we expect that.
yeah.
A lot of people telling us Black women that they shouldn't expect that, but you're saying that we should expect that.
No. This is part of our culture. This is part of our culture. Yeah, you must defend your woman, and if these are all the woman, you have to do it double or treble. It's your responsibility. Yeah,
and nobody's saying violence is okay, Paul Austin. No, it's not that violence is okay, but at the same time, disrespect is no longer okay either.
No, not at all, not at all. Yeah, but what I want to say regarding to Will Smith and Chris, is it Chris Tucker or Chris? I forgot the name. Last name. Yeah, it's like I am always suspicious of Black bourgeoisie, either in the continent and in the diaspora, because from our experience or from what I could learn, is like they're always trying to do something to fit in and sell out our community. That's how I feel. Yeah, and I will bring you back to that event. I think it was the Source Award, Hip Hop Award, 1994, 1995.
I think it was in 1995 and one in 2016. Yeah.
Right. Okay. The one 1995, the West Coast, East Coast, that beef between Suge Knight and Puff Daddy. Yes. I remember vividly a lot of Black bourgeoisie coming out and despising that, saying or writing and saying disparaging remark about our community. But if you look really at that event, even though it was ghetto between commas, but at least they had class. There was no violence. Each camp came and beefed the other, defending his camp, and that was it. Further on, we know the media exaggerates everything and ended up with the death of Buff. But what I learned from it is that the Black bourgeoisie always found a way to betray us. And the common denominator in this event for me is just self-hate. Either you are on Will Smith's side or Chris' side. For me, the common denominator is the self-hate. Because I cannot see, honestly, first of all, I think Ijada, she embraced that, that condition she has. Because otherwise she would have been wearing weaves or wigs. I think, but that I might be wrong, but I think for me, what appears to me when she came out, like she embraced that condition. And as for Will going on the stage and slapping a fellow, Black man, because the problem is the setting, that's the pinnacle of I wouldn't say white supremacy, but the white culture, and we know our struggle to get in there, to assimilate there. The first Black woman getting Oscar, she has to stay in the kitchen and then led to receive a Oscar and go back again to the kitchen. That's humiliating. It's humiliating, and to see us ingratiating ourselves, to be, amongst them, and then we act like, with all, I cannot see, honestly, I cannot see Will Smith directing the same kind of energy towards a white comedian in that setting. Honestly, I cannot say.
Would make that type of joke?
No, of course they would. Of course they would. But I cannot see any brother who embraced that culture going to the stage and slapping a white comedian and go back and sit down. And that I cannot see it. I might be wrong, but I cannot see that happen.
Well, I think he would have got arrested then.
Exactly.
But
he would know, he would know. So that's what I'm saying. It's self-hate. Okay, it was tasteless. You slugging up, his wife. But at the minimum, I would expect, Jada, she should go in the stage and slap Chris, or just Will Smith go in there, or even stand up and say the words they said. He would have gotten much more credit than, because at the end of the day, it's not about them; it's about us. Of course, it's about us. How we black people are perceived in the world. Of course.
No, it's not about us. That is such a, I don't know how to describe it. You can't say that is about us. To
it
people,
is about us.
Maybe if Eddie Murphy had made us this in joke, and Will Smith would not have reacted that way. Will Smith, for some reason, maybe he doesn't like Chris Rock, and for whatever reason,
have a history.
Exactly. You can't pretend as if he doesn't have. There's no context to these things.
Yeah.
When he said, "Keep my wife's name out of your mouth," it's personal.
It was something
you have to understand. You have to understand that you can't just say and then you put it on black people. Do you know how stressful that is? Where every black man has to be watching themselves. Ridiculous. We have to shine in this world without apologizing for whom we are. Other people don't have to apologize.
We're human. We get angry. I mean, the worst thing I think that ever happened at the Oscars was the fact that for millennia they've been basically keeping us off of because they're racist of giving us the awards that we deserved. Halle Berry was forcefully kissed by what's his name? He just went on the stage and kissed her with and that was disrespectful to her person. There's been lots of things that's happened during the Oscars. This thing right here is one more thing that happened. But I think what we need to pay attention to is it didn't just happen to Chris Rock. It happened to Will Smith. It happened to Jada. And for us to sit back and make it seem like all three people were not affected, that's not true. And that's my point. My point is this. I think we all need to respect. I mean, comedy itself needs to be readdressed in our community. I don't think we being the reason that other people laugh is okay anymore.
It's not. I don't buy this idea that they will say, "Oh, because we are black, that's why we slap somebody." Most people will look at this thing and say, "He's defending his wife." That is
no. Tunaja,
no, I am telling you.
You're wrong.
I talk to anybody here, it's all those elites that want us to believe this garbage. If you talk to anybody that watch this stuff, really, they would think he is standing up for his wife. That's all they will see. They will not see, oh, he should have, watch out for the Oscars because it's going to affect the whole community. People don't think that way. It's only elites that would think that way, like, oh, you shouldn't have done that because you destroyed an Oscar. That's not how people looking at it. Most people that talk about it, if you see the glint in their eyes, they are talking about it from the point of view that at least he's showing the fire that he can defend his wife. And I'm not even sure I've seen many black men do that for their wives ever.
Hey, stop, Jude. Keep your thing off or fix whatever.
The truth is, since I've been online, you hardly see black men defend African American women. You hardly see that. It's often the other way around. And one man does it, and he's the boogeyman. Baldadash, I don't buy that.
Tonaja, I said it is all about us. You can deny it, but you know how we are perceived in the world. You know
it. They are murderers. These people are murderers, killers, and we are worrying about how we are perceived. What have we done? They are the killers.
Yeah.
The difference is they can operate in their own spaces that they created.
We should stop apologizing. That is apologies. That's a kind of apologies of weakness. We can't be apologizing for whom we are. They are free to express themselves however way they see fit. Then whenever we do slap somebody and suddenly oh, we should be worried.
I want
That
you
is a
guys to do
symptom
some
of
homework.
weakness.
I want you to put comedy and I want you to put black women. Every race is out here joking about black women and black communities. If you put comedy, Indian women, comedy, white women, you'll only see maybe a few white people talking about them. And if black people are talking about them, it ain't that deep, it ain't that disrespectful. But if you go and you listen, just type in, and because this is what I did before coming into this discussion, I wanted to be fair. And there is no respect out here for black women, y'all, when it comes to comedy. And when it comes to some of the comedians that we love. We love them. We laugh at them. We laughed at ourselves. But at the same time, is it time that we start waking up our children, waking up ourselves to understand that we can't pay for the disrespect no more? We can't buy tickets to our own disrespect anymore.
Some of that man will think twice before they insult a black woman now. For what Will Smith did. Any other group, white man, black man, anybody,
a lot of comedians are really upset. A lot of comedians are really upset. And the reason that they're really upset is because their whole base is putting down the black community. Their whole base is putting down black women.
It's really, you come online and you see our men not defending the women, and one person does it, and we start worrying about, oh, we are not going to get jobs.
Come on, to
that
Niger.
Come on,
man.
That is just signs of weakness.
Judah, you're gonna wait your turn, and I'm gonna, before you go on, Power, I believe, Mr. Tezzy and the Speedy. Let them go. Power, Young, go ahead, conclude, and then I'll let them go, and then I'll come to you, Judah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to rebuff to Niger, please don't be on denial that that incident that didn't tarnish our standing up or the perception they have towards us in the world. Come on,
I don't see that, and I can assure you that most of them don't see. I think you are seeing it from the point of view of somebody that is in a position of weakness. They don't apologize for this type of thing. See, a British princess told her son that do something as long as you don't get caught. These people don't apologize for what they do. Prince Harry today of England royal family said that's what the mom taught him. And we are always apologizing for everything. These are
it's not about apologize. I've never said apologize. I said self-hate on both sides.
How is that self-hate?
No, honestly, let me explain. Let me try to explain. For a Chris Rock to go on that stage and make a joke about black woman hair, and then Will Smith go in the stage and slap him, on both sides you can see self-hate, because how? Come on, bro. We are just talking about this.
He's talking about his wife. What is self-hate about that?
Tunaja. Sister Gina just said, Chris Rock has a history of denigrating black woman's hair.
Not just black women's hair, especially Jay. He's been going for a minute.
Yeah. So that's self-hate. And for Will Smith to use that setting, he could have done that anywhere, but on that setting, and when he probably knew that it was the pinnacle of his career, go on that stage and use violence toward a fellow black man, you won't say that is not self-hate?
No, I don't think it's self-hate from the point of view of Will Smith. Come on, he is reacting based on something else. Why would he see? He's doing it because, like you said, if he was a white guy, he probably wouldn't do it. How is that self-hate? How am I in denial because he slapped somebody that was talking about his wife? Okay.
Listen, I didn't say I agree with the statement. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that there is evidence that what happened to us to that event was the premonition of self-hate, and I rest my case.
I don't see that at all.
Let's agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree.
Let's stay right there at agreeing to disagreeing. I want to give these three brothers an opportunity to chime in. Thank you so much, Power Yambe. I don't agree but I get what you're saying. I don't agree 100%. I do believe that um I believe that what happened needed to happen because I feel like it sparked something in our community. And I don't think, I don't really, I feel like people are taking sides. I take no sides. I
Mm.
feel like for me, as far as I'm concerned, um, this means that we need to look at what it is that we're laughing at, what we find funny, how we're making money, um, because a lot of us are making money to the detriment of our community. And for me, that's the bigger conversation. So let me get into this. I want to welcome. I believe the next person would be Nespidi. No, yes, Nespidi to the conversation. Um, Tell me what you think, Nespidi. This right here, this right
Yeah,
here, getting heated. So let me know what you think about everything you've heard.
uh, yeah. Thank you so much for having me.
You're very welcome.
Uh, yeah. So, I've been, yeah. I think, yeah. From the first time I saw I think it has just been everywhere, all over the media, everywhere in the world. And when I saw it, the first thing that came to my mind was, you know, it's a very wrong what Will Smith did. But later on, I started to now look at it as maybe he did that because of um, he felt like you know Chris Rock should know better, something like that, and probably he felt like that's like a brother, just like the way you could be with your sister or your brother in a public place, and you don't even it doesn't matter where it is, and probably she or he says say something very bad, and you just slap him or her, then it's just more like a family thing, if you ask me. It's
Something
more like
like a family situation that happened in public.
yeah, exactly, and it doesn't matter where it is. I've seen two grown men fighting. In fact, they are brothers, and it's funny enough, they are even pastors, and they were fighting in the public because of they started fighting from the car. I don't know what happened, and they came down, fighting, serious fight, and these are, so sometimes I feel like I was just looking at it from that direction, and I felt like but that good head documentary of Chris Rock, okay, I think I never saw. I think maybe the title is very wrong. I mean, I don't know why he shouldn't have even used that title, "Good Hair." I think probably would have just said something like maybe with a question mark, "Good hair," something like that. Because good hair, it's making it look like maybe he was trying to be sarcastic. I don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah, but I don't see it. I saw it like he was also trying. I know he did some, as a comedian. Maybe that was why he added some kind of little like jesting towards black women, which is not good. But I think the overall message he was trying to pass is just like maybe something positive. That's how I saw it. Maybe everybody
Mm.
have their own take on it, but I saw it like he was trying to pass something positive. So,
Yeah.
I think the only reason why people are angry with Will Smith, many, or should I say some of us, is he shouldn't have, it's the physical, or just going there and slapping. He could have just stayed where he is. You know what he said? Leave my wife's name out your mouth. He should have said that while where he's sitting. If he screamed that, people will not feel too weird or bad
Mm.
about the situation. But walking, or even while he was doing his acceptance speech, he could have just gone there and maybe give some kind of stern warning to Chris Rock, and he will still send, people will still receive the message, and they will
True.
be criticized by some men that calling every man Sims nowadays. But in the larger sense, people will understand that the only problem was just that he went there and slapped this man, and you don't do that. Um, it's just Chris Rock was cool, you know. There are some guys you do that, and everything will just go to hell, you know,
And I
because
think that goes back to the history too, SPD. The fact that Chris Rock was cool was Chris Rock has had history with Will Smith and Jada Pickett and his jabs. And I'm sure there's been many discussions.
yeah, yeah, definitely. And you know, to be honest with you, I feel like Will Smith should have, you know, you know, he's right to feel the way he felt, but the action was just what I have a problem with. So he's right because the man has, you know, he said that in 2016, and so probably he shouldn't have just gone there. And also the thing with the hair on black women, it should have been, you know, you already know the perception. Or you know how some of these like that clip you showed about that Asian lady that was saying everything, you know, it's just crazy. So you already know the perception, so he shouldn't have like gone there, you know. So I feel like he's right. I'm not even angry with I'm only saying it's wrong because of the place and the time. It's just a wrong setting to do, you know, to slap someone. But if you ask me, I think people should be slapped. But people, people, yeah, people, no, no, honestly, people should
People
be
should be slapped.
people, especially black.
You
You
know
know,
what? You know
if
what, Miss Kitty? I'm gonna stand with unpopular opinion. I think we need to be slapping a couple of folks around. I think
thank you.
some of our politics need to be slapped.
Yeah,
I think, some of these people that are out here, pushing our children in a direction towards something else need to be
Mm.
slapped. I think we need to just open a bag of slaps for a lot of folks. But hey,
ex-
I knew I was going to come in here and make some people are going to be, because I've heard the narrative like we should all be angry at will. But I'm like, I'm angry at us all for just waking up to the reality that this right here is not funny.
yeah, exactly. People like if you hear, like, especially these some of these guys who are. I'm getting like a feedback. I don't know where it's coming from. So, especially some of these guys who are, you know, talking about maybe if you feel like the only reason why you don't want to marry or date a black woman is because of her some physical appearance, maybe a complexion or anything. I think people like that should be slapped. And the same thing with if you're a black woman and you feel like you don't want a black man because of what the society is portraying him to be, then another woman, not a man, another black woman should slap her, you know. So, so I feel like,
Wow.
yeah, yeah, I feel like people, I think it's high time that black people have to, all around the world, you know, though to be honest with you, it's not, Africa is like moving fast in that direction, but we are still kind of behind. We have not gotten to the point of maybe because of culture and some other things. We've not gotten to the point of African Americans where you know it's like a bit. I don't understand. Like if you go to YouTube, it's just crazy. Everybody is just. I'm even wondering, is there like a gender war in the you know, African American society? Is there like a gender war going on? Because you find this person is coming out talking about black women and all that, or you go to another page, you see another woman talking about black men should not be giving birth to. I'm like wondering what is happening in Africa. What
And
is
Sister
happening in
Niger, I
America?
asked you, Niger, and I think I asked, I did not ask Power Young Bear. I will come to you on that, Power.
Yeah,
But in Africa, if this scenario was happening, what is your perspective? Would that kind of joke be done at that moment, or could an African
Hmm.
man respond in that way, or
yeah, yeah. If we are being honest, we have a lot of comedians in Africa, especially in Nigeria, and uh, most, I think, 99% of the comedians will not even do that joke, especially when they have seen the husband, or if they do it, they will upload. They will like kind of say something like they say it in pidgin English, like "Oh, na joke I do," meaning
Yeah, they
like
will qualify it like, oh, I'm joking. I'm just,
oh, yeah, yeah, or they will even like apologize immediately, like even without the reaction of the man. But most times they won't even go there because the fact that the woman, talk like Tuna just said, they don't play with or they don't make those kind of jokes with the wives of with people's wives. It's just something you don't do. You
I know.
don't, as a man, you just speak direct to the man. If it's a female comedian or woman, she can joke to the woman. But for a man, you don't even think of
The man's joke would have been directed at the man, not at the
at,
wife. Ah,
exactly at the man because they feel like now out there, it's not in our. It's just something. It's very rare. It can be. It's not something that is. The only people that they joke about anytime, but maybe also not in the presence of their, not when they are with their husband, probably the politicians, but just for normal people and all that, the comedians or or what celebrities and all that, I don't think people go that far. And let me just say this: I had someone talking about the hair. Hair. It's just I'm even surprised that there are people that are um that believe that black people don't have hair. Just look at your hair, Gina. And I remember, I think it's just like you said. Um, I don't want to speak for black women all over the world, but I think it's just a matter of how they take care of the hair. And also, to be honest with you, many of us, I don't know the kind of men I don't know the kind of black men that will want black women to have all this chemical and weaves on their head, because most of the guys I know, I've said it before, I think it was on this platform, most of the guys I know, they do not, they always praise women when they see natural hair. And here in Africa, especially even if it's dreads or natural or braiding, they just appreciate it more. Here in Africa, I think because of maybe we have some churches. I know Tunaja can also confirm that they cannot, they are not, the members are not allowed to relax their hair or put chemicals on their hair. And there are some churches like that, and there are big churches like Deeper Life and some others. And if you look, if those people open their hair for you, if you ever see their hair, they don't have any edges issue or anything. You see, like everything is intact. And I think that's just to prove the point that these chemicals and all that are not good, And to be honest with you, as much as I would like to say black men and all that, black men also have a lot of parts to play in the thing. But I think some of our women should not just care about what anybody thinks about their hair and just carry their hair and you know, carry their hair. To be honest, they should just carry their hair. Because the hair is beautiful. They look, the hair is long, and it's funny. Most of the white people that I know or that I've met, they always have this. They always, they admire so much African hair in its natural form, especially when it's like with the dreads and all
right.
that. That's why you see some of them trying to go twist their hair, and their hair, some of their hair don't have the texture for for dreads, and they try to go, squeeze it because they are pretty.
Notice that there is a difference for African women. Like, I've noticed, like, I watch African movies. And when I watch
Yeah,
African movies, I notice that women feel comfortable going without their weave on. I mean, some women cut their hair very short. There is a difference. The way black women, and I know they wear a lot of weaves, some of them wear a lot of weaves now, but I think this is a new thing as far as what's happening in Africa. But for a very long time, when I watch the older movies, Black women were very comfortable with their hair. It seems like it is now starting to shift as well on the continent, and
Yeah.
is it because the men are changing or having is there a perception out there that longer hair is better? To be bald is not beautiful, or what do you think the perception is, and why do you think so many of the sisters on the continent are now trying to wear weaves or perms or
Yeah, let me take that. I think one of the excuses they gave, I like to call it excuses, is that they said because they see African American women wearing it and they try to
Yeah,
copy
well,
them.
that makes sense. You're right. You're right, because
So
they set the pace. They set the
so
pace.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I also think that it's not only down to that. They also pick up on sometimes they get blonde wigs and all the rest of it. I just feel like you find that the elites in Nigeria, the women, oh my God, that to me that really gets on my nerves. Why they always insist on
Hi,
wearing
Gina, can
foreign
you
hair?
hear me?
It's so pervasive that I can't. It's almost like it's hard to shake. When you tell them, they will say, you know what, it's their style. They are just that they can wear natural hair tomorrow. They can wear, but the rate at which they wear wig or weave, I don't know which one, what they call it, is too alarming. It's like they're all wearing somebody's hair. You can see
Yeah.
5 women and they're all wearing other people's hair. It's like, what is that?
Well, what about
Nigerian women do that a lot.
those on
No,
the
it's not
continent in
that.
the
It's
legal
all over the
profession?
All right. So it's around the
I think
continent.
it's more acute in the Nigerian upper class,
Or
middle
just
and
say
upper
maybe you
classes.
say.
Well, I think it has a lot to do with the way men view it. But
No,
because
I
just
don't
as a
know.
woman, regardless higher class, lower class. If I'm wearing something and my husband says it's ugly, I'm not wearing it no more.
maybe in America, Gina,
If he
because
tells me I like your hair long, if he told me he preferred my hair short, I probably had it short. Most women keep up with certain things based on what they feel like is or what men are attracted to. So in one part, I think it's because of what they see on TV or what African American women are doing. In another part, I think it has a lot to do with what African men are liking. If African American women were wearing weaves and African men on the continent did not like it, they wouldn't want it.
yeah, you're right. I think the men are not speaking because if they don't want it, they should speak again, about it. So
again, I think that right there, I don't want to stay too much on that because I really want to stay into the protection aspect. Now,
yeah,
it's a form of lack of protection when you make women feel like you can't accept them for what they are and you appreciate them having hair that represents a whole different race. Because to be honest with you, yes, a lot of brothers like natural. I know my husband likes my locks, but there are some brothers that they look at this type of hair like ilk. They want somebody with that Indian hair. So women go out and buy
Gina,
that Indian hair.
those are the kind of people we are saying they need to be
I want
slapped.
to make sure everybody hears this. So is it a thing where, let's say, it's a lack of protection to not make women feel whole as they are? Because if you're telling me I'm beautiful if I have this thing on, or you're praising me, or you're making me feel like I'm better than what I was before I had it on, then you're not protecting my image. You're not making me feel my confidence is no longer what it should be. And yes, I am gonna go around wearing that Indian hair if you make me think that Indian hair make me more valuable to you. So that's a lack of protection too.
Can I explain
Sure.
this? I think the way
You
I
gotta
think this
explain it,
stuff is
and
not.
then I wanna give who didn't get to
Can
speak?
people talk? Come
Oh
on,
God,
man.
oh God.
Don't worry, you get your chance. Sorry.
It's gonna be Jude, and then we got my sister Sori. Hey Sori, and we got Miss Dontor back. So let's go ahead to Nigel,
Yeah,
and then I'll
yeah,
go
it's
to
very short.
Jude.
Yeah, I think I've always asked myself that question that you rarely find men that say they like these wigs, but yet the trend carries on.
Yeah.
What I think is going on is that the younger men generally like them. The younger men generally like this thing because they think it's hip. That's what they are seeing on YouTube and Instagram and all those things. So they tend to like this thing. So by the time a woman leaves one man and goes to the next man, they're already used to carrying that hair. And their original hair, they are not taking care of their original hair the way they are supposed to anymore. And it just carries on from there. I think that's what's going on. Because if you look at elderly men, they don't go about saying they like women to wear wig.
Niger, say the truth. You see, young men don't care about. Yeah, you know what they care about. It's not the hair. To be
Of
honest,
course, no, they don't care. But when they see the
it's
women
not the
wearing it,
hair.
when they see women wearing it, they will go after the ones that are wearing. See, there is a reason why the women choose it.
No,
They will go after the women that are wearing that over the one
I'm
that
not
is not
that
wearing
old.
it.
I'm not that old, and I
Are
was
women ridiculed because they have short or bald or very short hair on the continent?
not in
No,
Africa, Gina.
no
Not
way.
in. I can't speak for African American society that much, but I'm telling you, in Africa, most women are praised for being natural. In fact, if you go to the street, if you walk on the streets of Africa right now, I don't know if you're in Africa now to Nigeria, you will find out that most ladies, young ladies, especially the younger ones, many of them are moving away. You can't see them. It's actually the older women that you see with the weaves. To be honest,
Yeah, it's really
you
bad.
can't see the younger women with the weave. You see many of them carrying braids and dreads and just but the weaves no.
The moment they have money, they change.
It's not like
Let
it's
me
there, but it's
let
not.
me
It's
ask one
really
question.
like
Let me
this.
ask one
You
question
guys,
quickly to everybody.
I have to let Jude and
Yeah, I just want to ask one question to everybody
Hey,
that this action from Will Smith, given everything we've had of Will Smith before this incident, has always been, his child is doing this one, his wife is doing this, and they are living some kind of, otherworldly life. Did
right.
this action that he took bring him somewhat closer to a traditional man and a traditional form of marriage? Because in my head, this is the most natural thing that
You feel like this is
yes,
masculine
yeah,
behavior.
this is the most masculine normal thing that he's done.
Mm,
I've heard of him for ages.
mm,
He's
that
sleeping,
is
his
true.
wife is sleeping with his friend or whatever, his daughter's son's friend or whatever. It's so many weird things. His son is wearing, it's so many things I've heard about him. It's like confusing. It's like, what kind of world do these people live in? This is the first time I've had anything since his career, really, that he's done anything that made me feel like, okay, it's quite a normal man that's
So
reacting
Joe,
normally.
this is interesting. We have someone that just moved from America. Hey Joe, Jean, Riri says that, hi Gina, I'm from America. I now live in the Gambia. The young women here wear straight hair wigs. So, hmm.
People should think about that. Does
Yeah,
that bring
maybe
him
Okay,
to make him look
if
like a
I
normal
could,
person?
woo, okay, so
Gina,
that is concerning. I'm sorry to hear that, but again, I don't judge my sisters that do wear it. I feel like it's an option for them if they choose to. But I truly believe that it's. I think a part of protection is protecting your white black women's image. It's a black man's responsibility to make sure that she understands that she's beautiful as she is. And I think that black men have dropped the ball on that. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna
okay.
hey, let me let Jude chime
uh,
in because
Gina, you skipped me.
oh, I did. I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm so sorry.
uh,
Who did I
Yeah.
say? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So okay, let me first start with the greetings to everybody.
Blessings, greetings.
And yeah, let me answer the question from my brother to Niger about the hair. I don't think I'm from Kenya, and women here are natural. And I think actually Southern Africa, and Eastern African women, they go natural. I think the weave thing is very trendy in West Africa.
Mm,
If
mhm.
I'm to if I think if I'm to be, I think, a bit accurate, I think that is what I've noticed. I don't know,
I
but
agree.
well, you can't say all. I get what you
See,
mean, and you're right.
don't defend them, man. Especially Nigeria. I
No,
agree.
no, I'm
Nigeria
talking
is the
about.
worst of the worst.
I'm talking about even
Well, let
Kenya,
him finish
Southern.
his statement.
All
You
right.
guys got to let him finish so I can get. Then we could get into the next part of it. Let's go.
yeah, okay, yeah. So I have a couple of things to say about the issue with Smith. First of all, I kind of agree with my sister here, Sol Rasta, that comedy is like an art form. So I don't think we should be attacking comedians no matter what they say. I don't, and especially when it comes to maybe the hair of black women, because I come from a culture actually that black women in my culture, they shave their hair. So
So you think that black women's hair should be open season for comedy?
I'm not saying that it should be open season for comedy, but like I said, comedy is like an art form. So you should allow comedians to make their jokes. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they miss, and I don't think it should. It looks down. It looks actually very bad on brother Will Smith.
So if you start with alopecia, then cancer's next. Well, we've already joked about people that had AIDS. We joke about the thing about it is I think in our community we don't show any respect. Like there's levels to this thing. Comedy, like all things, it's just like anything else. It's like all things that you do, you got to have a decorum. And I don't think there was decorum at that moment.
Yeah, okay. Yes, I understand about what you're talking about, the joking, or maybe the joke was wrong, maybe the joke was, but honestly, it doesn't matter because that's what comedians do. They make joke. I've seen, like Chris Rock, I'm a big fan of him, actually. Although sometimes he does.
His comedy, you like what
Yeah.
do you like about his comedy? I'm interested.
Now I find him very funny. He jokes about a lot of stuff, not just black women, but sometimes his jokes also offend me, especially when he makes jokes about Africa. He does make some jokes about Africa, and sometimes they're not cool. Sometimes they're not.
Oh, they're offensive then.
Yeah, but I don't really judge him for that. Sometimes that is just what comedy. Sometimes you're going to agree with a comedian. Sometimes you disagree. This is life. You can't have somebody. You can't just force somebody to
I
say
just
all
think
the
that
things
the
that
way
you
that
like.
black people, the way black comedy is displayed and the way other people's comedy is displayed is completely different. And I think that we need to reassess that. I think it has a lot to do with our conditioning, how far we go with our stuff with us, and how far we go with our stuff with others, and how we allow other people to come in and partake of this disrespect that we show ourselves.
Okay, I don't think black comedy. Okay, yeah, this is the thing. I think maybe in the United States that black people dominate the comedy world or the comedy industry. So you find that a lot of jokes probably come from the black community, and you feel like maybe you're the butt of the jokes. But I've seen Indian comedians make fun of purely Indian, and that is just their act. They just make fun of Indian men, Indian women. I've seen Asians make fun of Asians. I've just, even I've actually even seen British white comedians. They make fun of white people. So it's like I said, comedy is just an art. I don't. If you start telling comedians what to say and what to not to say, I feel like you are breaching on their rights also as comedians, and to
So you
practice their
feel in
art
that
form.
atmosphere where our people are already debased, that it's okay for us to be debasing ourselves for money, for jokes.
Like okay,
We're the brunt of the joke anyway, because we're the byword here where we are. I'm not speaking for the continent. I can't speak for something I don't really. I'm learning from you actually about what it's like in the continent. But from what I've heard from different people, not just now, but I actually went and took the time to hear Africans' perspective on a lot of Africans on the continent would not have appreciated this type of joke. So for me,
it's not.
I just think it's a whole different place. I don't know, but I've heard Nigerians, Ghanaians. I've heard so many, because I wanted to get the perspective of what did African men think of this, and most of them think like Tunisia. They're like, well, that joke should have been in power. And I think the last person that spoke, Nespidi, said it should have been geared towards me, not my wife. Like there's a certain level of respect that is given, and I think that I think that we need to get to that place here where we are understanding that even though we're here making everybody laugh, but there's some things that we need to get on code on. There's certain places that we can invite people to, other people to. There's certain sensitivities that we need to, or things that we should put, like, okay, that isn't the kind of stuff that we laugh about in our kitchen. It's not the kind of stuff we're taking to your living room to let you laugh about. It's not funny to you. And I think we used to have that. We used to be that way. I think we used to have a level of understanding. I mean, the only people that used to just shuffle and jive was a bunch of shuffle and jivers. But then we, for the most part, our comedy used to be a little different. But then it did become this thing where we were attacking ourselves. The thing was going inward. Now, we did that for them. This is what we were taught to do. But we started doing it for money. It wasn't no longer a thing that we did because we were beaten to do it. We started doing it because of money. And because of money, only because of money, because these people come out and they pay money to hear us talk crap about each other. For Black women to put Black men down, for Black women to put Black communities down, for Black men to put Black women down and Black communities down. You might throw a little white joke. Out of a 2-hour stint, you might spend 5 minutes on them, but the rest you're going in on yourselves. And it makes you wonder, like, somebody's trying to get in. I'm sorry, I got a full house. It makes you wonder, why? Why does it have to be that way? And do we need to turn that around to gain the type of respect that we need from the world? Because you see, a lot of folks look at us and they, like, we have a problem with the N-word, right? For the most part, people have a problem with the N-word. It's in music and everything. But let's think about it. If people were slapping people every time somebody said the N-word, would the N-word be being said that much? If in the communities you were looked down on when you spoke to women that way or spoke to another brother that way, would we be doing it? No, probably not. But we make everything that's deplorable become okay because it's jokes. It's not jokes. Black women, alopecia is a real serious thing to Black women. The hair, I mean, I don't even know if you guys know, there's history where white men put in laws where Black women had to tie their hair. Your hair couldn't even be seen in public.
Yes.
I don't know if you guys know that. Black women have been going through hell and back about their hair since millennia.
California just passed a law making it illegal to address a Black woman's hair in the workplace. Yes, so like our hair has to be policed.
If you had your natural hair.
Yes.
Black women had to put a perm in their hair if they wanted a certain job. They had to cut off their hair and put on a wig if they wanted a certain job. Because you see, people with hair like mine, which is natural, some companies would look at you and don't hire you. So Black women's hair is that type of thing where you should be demanding. You see, if you're disrespecting your Black woman and you have other people like this little what's her name again? I don't even know what this little prostitute.
See, but if a woman has long hair, it's a glory to her. But yet this Black woman says, all the Black women feel, shameful because they're bald. And I, as a woman, can understand because that's part of your beauty. It's part of, just natural women, having long hair. It's feminine. But without hair, you're just bald, nappy-headed, crusty head, walking around with your shame. Your shame will follow you everywhere.
And she uses black eyeliner to make her eyes
this
look
is
lighter.
Reverend Ransom the Fifth.
This is a reverend, y'all.
Coming to you live and direct from Pepsi Town, New Bern, North Carolina, the birthplace of PepsiCo. And the name of this video is Black Women Are Bald-Headed in Real Life. Black women are bald in real life.
Yeah, but
and there's hundreds and hundreds and millions of videos where and then when you go somewhere and you out, and I know Black women, you go and you laugh at that, but we started laughing at ourselves so we would make it seem like it didn't matter. But it did matter. Just like it matters when Black men are being put down. Even though if a Black woman is a comedian and she's sitting there trashing Black men, I feel the same way about her. You're tearing up our community. Enough is enough.
Yeah, okay.
That's not the setting. The Oscars wasn't the setting for you to get slapped, and it wasn't the setting for you to
Degrade a black woman.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It was
I
volatile.
understand what you're trying to say.
Volatile behavior from both of them. But you know why? Because this was right here what he knew was going to make the whole house laugh. Go ahead. I'm sorry. And then we got to go to the next person, which is Judah. Judah has been patiently waiting. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. I understand what you're trying to say, what you have said, but you also have to understand that in the same way, the way I think the other comedian Dave Chappelle, he was also having this issue with the trans community. You know, they're talking about, oh my, they're also them. They go through all these struggles, or they claim to go through all these struggles, so they should not be joked about also. So when we start doing all these things, then there will be no longer any jokes about anybody, because everybody will have a story to say. No,
Maybe
no,
we
no.
need to stop joking for a minute and start realizing that we are being debased all over the world. Maybe that's our problem. We laugh too much. Laugh and dance too much. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe a part of it is that we need to start taking a look at the stuff we're laughing at and then wondering why nobody respects us in the world. Maybe that's the part. Maybe we've been a joke for so long. Now it's time for us to start taking a look at, okay, is this funny? Not everything's going to be not funny, but is it really funny when a woman starts going to the bathroom and losing batches of her hair?
Okay. What in fact you have said something that is true, that what really brought the biggest disrespect to us was the behavior of Will Smith. I think if there was somebody in that moment that brought disrespect to
Why?
the
Okay, I'm going
black,
to ask you, why do you think that was the worst thing that happened? Because of now the reasons why. Go ahead.
because he crossed the line and he went into violence, and that
And
is just
violence is never the answer, right? But it's been the answer for everybody else. Everybody else gets to use violence to state how they feel.
that's not okay. That's not
We're judging this man based on how he responded and how he chose to protect his wife. Everybody else gets to protect their people and use violence and do whatever they need to do to feel like they are guarding or doing whatever. How come when black people use violence, it's looked like the worst thing that could possibly happen? I'm not even okay with the violence aspect. I don't think the slap should have happened, but I want to ask this question. When is it okay for a man to use violence to protect his family?
When an intruder comes into his house, into his own domain.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
okay. There is
the process too, and that's what the black man has only. And to be honest with you, that's not always wise either, because he could still be found guilty. I've seen many cases of that.
True.
A black man,
drag his ass in, drag the criminal in, but inside your own home, where
exactly.
you control the setting. Yep.
I've seen that. Yeah. I've seen that too. So it's like, well, to be honest with you, I don't know. I'm not judging Will Smith like everybody else, because to be honest with you, I'm human, and all these humans that weren't in that particular skin that he was in, it's easy for us to say, hey, he was wrong. He was dead wrong. And it wasn't the place, because it was the Oscars, the same Oscars that black people were kept out of for many years, did not acknowledge black excellence. Black people had to make a whole big deal of it. Jada Smith being the, flag bearer of that, and now it's funny how ironic that Jada Smith and her husband now, sits in the front seat, and this happens and he gets up and slaps somebody, and we can only hear. You see, the thing about it is this. There's a reason. My thing is this. You can't just look at what happened and not look at the root. The root is this. When are we going to get to a space, first and foremost, that's those people's relationship. For those people that feel like she don't deserve no protection. That man decides to stay with that woman to protect her. That's his choice. Why are we so? If he's not harming nobody, she's not harming nobody, then we shouldn't be sitting here judging that he should not be protected what he's choosing to stay with. Second thing is, he got up, he slapped that man. I don't agree with it. But at the same time, I'm not sitting here acting like I'm so perfect that I wouldn't have been able to, that I would have not maybe got up and slapped him too if he had hurt me in a way. I don't know what I would have done, but I know that he responded in a way that was human, and we're making it seem like black men have to be more than human.
See, there was something going around on the internet where they said they call it the white women's tears, where they pretend to be crying, and this lady was reacting to it, saying that this has killed so many people. A lot of black people in America have been lynched because white women accuse them of something, and the white men go into a defensive mood and attack the black men or kill them or whatever. This I don't see many black men defending African and American women. You can remind me. I don't know about anyone that we've heard of in the media in the last 20 years where a black man does something because he's defending his woman. And I think, and it's very rare you see anybody defend black women really in terms of anything. The only time you hear about them is often they are trying to either say something negative or saying how they accomplish something because they are strong black women and all the rest of it. But to defend them as being a wife and a woman is very rare. And I think this is why this debate is very, very hot from that point of view. So people are just looking at the fact that he should be exercising and decorum and behave properly given the occasion and all the rest. But they are missing the bigger picture of what he did there is something that is very rare to see. And maybe it's something that is good that people actually see that it can happen. You can't just assume that black women are, free for all.
Open season. And
Open
black
season.
men, and black men too, not just black women, because that black man was disrespected too. That was his night. You've been his friends for many years. Why in a sense of that, when you think about it, it's really a jab to Will too, because okay, so you say you've been friends, you've known the situation, you saw the red table. Why do anything to make these people more vulnerable or push them in any way? I mean, to be honest with you, I just think that was insensitive, and I think that comedy, if you are a comedian, you have to be a very responsible person, because there's certain things that are funny and there's certain things that push people to the edge of suicide. And nobody thinks about that, because hey, black women are supposed to be hard as rocks. Some black brother said she could have got up and did it. It would have been better if she had done it. If she had slapped them, it would have been better. And I'm thinking, how would that have been better?
That would not be good, really. It's just more of the dysfunction. What he did from his own point of view and as a human being, I think he has done what was right for him, and we shouldn't make it about the community.
And I don't agree with it. I don't agree with violence.
But Gina, don't you think that
I don't agree that we should be sitting here making it seem like he did something that was so the worst thing that he could possibly do. This man spent many years being heckled, being mean, being called a simp, and everything else.
Exactly.
He makes he makes decisions in his relationships that other people do not. His relationship, not yours.
Yeah,
Gina,
okay, yeah, but
sorry,
he did the worst. Okay, let me say something.
Sorry, I was just going to ask. Don't you think that people?
We have to let him finish so I could go to Jude but go ahead.
I was even going to ask him, but it's okay.
Okay, let me say something.
You can ask him, but let's write it down. I gotta get to
I was going to say, like, don't you think that this whole thing also is also because people were already, especially from the male side, people were already not happy with what's her name, Smith. What is her name? Pinkett Smith. Don't you think people are also not? Because of what they've been seeing, the open marriage stuff and everything. So I think maybe that's also one of the reasons why most people were, more angry at the entire family, and also looking at the family, the direction they are. I'm not judging people's personal whatever, but they are celebrities, and that's what they are putting out there. You see the son, the daughter, all manner of crazy woke things they are doing. So I think that people are already feeling a type of way about the family. So it was just like an easy outlet for people to express their.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I
Okay.
mean, it's funny because you talk about somebody said, Alpicia, you just lost your hair. That's nothing. It's not. It's something that causes women to go into a state of depression sometimes where they even other things happen. It's not just it is a physical thing. It's a medical thing that happens to you, and it impacts you physically. And yes, a woman is very much tied to a sense of beauty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know why
Okay.
people keep saying that it doesn't matter, or it's just alopecia, it's just a
I don't
condition.
understand that because
Even a man loses their head, they feel conscious about it. How can you say a woman, will not be conscious about something like that? And like somebody's highlighted on the comment that they've talked about that Jada has been, targeted for a long time, and I don't know. People should just can't they see, because now what Will Smith reminded me of is that he is in a marriage. He's been it for decades. For whatever the faults they've had that is public, he is a man that has done the honorable thing, earned a good living for his family, kept his family out of trouble, done all the right things. Just because you don't like the way he lives his life doesn't mean you should just judge him because he feels like this guy should know better. Maybe he shouldn't be saying these things about my wife in front of everybody, given what we have been going
It's been
through. And he
decades.
reacted.
It's not even
Okay.
just one time. It's been since 1990 something. This has been an ongoing jab between Chris Rock towards Jada Pickett. For me, if I was a man, I would start questioning what the fuck. Okay,
And
so
do
Yeah.
you know
Okay.
that?
that
Sorry,
being
do you know that
said,
Will
that
Smith
being said,
himself,
let me go to
his
I'm
career,
Let me. I
his
haven't
career,
even
he never
finished my
did.
thing.
Will Smith denigrate the black community in his career that we know of?
yeah.
I
I
won't
can't
say
remember him
open
doing
marriage is a
anything
good.
to
I
denigrate the
won't say
community
open
itself,
marriage is a good thing
apart from the
to
woke
put
life.
out there for the black community
Okay, so
either.
let me ask you something, Tezzy. What are you saying? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. I'm trying to finish my point, but people are just dropping in and having other conversation. So let me. What I was. Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm sorry because me and you, we have been going this everywhere. Eh?
Go
But
ahead,
it's
Tezzy.
all
I have
good.
to get to Jude before Jude goes off on all of us. Go ahead.
Okay. My point is that what Will Smith did was the worst thing any man would have done in that situation.
What?
Because
Oh God,
let,
this
What?
guy.
let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Come on,
Because
let's not repeat what we heard on other channels. The
nah,
worst thing could have been more than that. Let's stop. The
nah,
worst
nah,
thing did not happen.
okay,
Let's thank
let me
God
finish.
that the worst thing did not happen. But go ahead.
I'm not repeating what I have heard in other channel. This is
Uh-huh.
just normal. This is just normal wisdom
Okay.
that we have. Even
Okay.
Classic
every
Desi.
even
Sounds
let me tell
real
you.
repetitive. Go ahead.
Okay, let me tell you this, because when you when you go to violence, this thing about the thing about violence is when you birth it, it takes a life of its own. It
You're right.
doesn't now. It won't stop because you said now it's over. You
You're right.
see, like you say now, Will Smith, he has children. He has, even you saw that his brothers come out and now he's challenging. I mean, no, Chris Rock. He has children. He has brothers. He has cousins. You have passed something to them. This is not something that you are saying it's between them. It's not between them. If your brother was slapped in a public forum, do you think it's between you, and you say it's not between? You have passed something. You have now created something that you
You know
shouldn't
what?
have
I'm very
created.
proud of my husband. What happens between us is between us. He don't share it with
Yeah,
nobody.
yeah, you can say that, but that's not the
But
reality. You
that's
can say,
reality for me. I don't know about
yeah,
everybody else, but our
but now you see
situation
that's
is
not the
our
reality. The reality
point
is you
blank.
have passed something to that family. You have passed
And I
something
think
that to his
a
followers, to
man
his
in his
fans.
manhood
You have,
makes situations about himself. He's not going to sit there and say, I need 50,000 people to come on and believe in this with me.
no, he does. The thing is, you have passed something, and that something it now is growing. You find that because of that, if there were no, if this was like maybe in a normal street, or you will start finding that fights coming because Chris Rock hit, Will Smith was hit by Chris Rock. You start having some funny fights, some funny. These are not Chris Rock is not a normal person. So these things that when you start starting when you start crossing that line towards violence, it's no longer now in your hands. It's no longer between two men. It's no longer that, because if it was between two men, where in Africa, okay, I'm not gonna say in Africa, let me just say in Kenya, when
Okay.
we say let's do this as men, it means in private. it means we talk in private. I don't know, maybe it's the same in West Africa.
What you're saying is I won't go online and find any clips where Kenyan men are fighting in public or
obviously you will always find
you
will always find delinquents in every society.
You know what, Tezzy,
every market has a madman. But what I'm trying to say,
seem like these Kenyan men are not the same people. I'm gonna tell you, I got a certain amount of Kenya in me, and trust me, it didn't make me any more different than anybody else in the world.
Gina, they are not the same. I've stayed in several parts of Africa. You'll be surprised. You know, that's one thing we need to realize. Africa is not the culture of West Africa and East Africa is like night and day.
I can never have a straight conversation when Tezzy, Speedy, and Tunaja are together.
Tezzy is a troublemaker. Tezzy is a troublemaker.
Discussion. Tell me what you very chime in and tell me what you think. This discussion was, and to be honest with you, I knew I threw my opinion out there a lot. I'm just tired of us not realizing we can't sit there and make it seem like it's just jokes. It's not just jokes. Just jokes have made us sit there and let people now we're still calling ourselves the N-word, which should be a byword. Just jokes have made us look down on each other in so many ways. And I think this is a great opportunity. I think this right here happened, and I'm kind of happy it did, because now people need to realize that, okay, sometimes some things that we joke about, things that we put each other down on, it's not okay. It's not just jokes. Go ahead, Jude. Welcome. Jude's always interrupting people. Now he can't. Jude's always interrupting.
Real quick, Gina, could I make a comment?
Real quick, Gina, could I make a comment? There we go. Okay, so
you can go ahead.
Never gonna get to Jude. This is the part that he gets upset about. This is the part. Nobody's gonna let Jude speak, and then he's gonna go off for like an hour.
Sorry about that. It was quiet.
Okay,
I don't talk that much, but I mean, go ahead. I'll let her say what she want to say.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jude. Just real quick, what the brother, I just wanted to speak to what the brother was just saying, that I saw this thing today where one of Chris Rock's brothers, who apparently is also a comedian named Tony Rock, and he was doing a bit.
I saw that.
Yeah, where he was saying how many he's got, like 7 brothers or
10
something.
brothers? Yes, 10 of them.
They got a big family, and yeah. So it's not going to stop. But like what the brother says, that when things like that happen, it's like, you know, when you're in middle school or whatever, if someone wants to fight you, your brother, your sister is going to be there. They know if you want to fight somebody, you know that's going to be their brother and their sister. So that's the reality of like violence.
Yeah, violence gets a life of its own. You know, it won't stop because you want it to stop.
Okay, so thank you. So
anybody that takes up this violence because a man is taking on another man because of his wife, then they don't understand what they should be fighting for. When a man is reacting because of his wife directly, he didn't kill the other guy. He slapped him, says, "Stop insulting my wife." If the brothers feel insulted, then they should ask themselves whether they want their wives to be disrespected like that. So come on, I don't buy the idea that this is going to spill over into something else, and it wouldn't be merited.
If Will Smith apologizes genuinely and publicly, then I think the whole thing should just end. Because at the end of the day, I think black people
already apologized. He's already apologized.
No, that's what I'm saying, man. If Will Smith had just handled this like a man, like a real man, and done it privately with.
So he's not a real man.
You mean real man by not standing up for his wife? Eh?
No, you stand up for your wife in private with
another man.
You do it in public. You're causing chaos in your society. What type of man?
You are not causing chaos. Do you know what it also means to talk to another man's wife while you are there feeling disrespected? Maybe it's a good thing that somebody draws a line and says, you know what, there are certain things that are acceptable for you to do.
That
sounded very masculine to me. That sounded very masculine to me. Okay,
That's
guys.
how
So,
it's supposed to
all
be.
jokes aside, let's let Jude talk, y'all, because he's been real patient. Jude, welcome to the discussion. Rakoya's here.
Hello, Judy, Tunija, everyone.
Wow, Okoya
So we
came
got
in.
Story waiting. We
Oh,
got
wow,
Rakoya.
wow,
Let me let Jude go so we can welcome the
wow, wow, wow. Okay. See, I don't know. There are people on this phone that really want to talk, but it seems like people just. Let me start by apologizing to Rokoya and the last discussion that we had and some people on this forum. I'm glad Payombe, reiterated what happened, but I'm sorry, it was discussion. We were talking and things went the way it went, but I think it was a good discussion last week or last 2 weeks. Based on what is going on, what happened in this week about uh Will Smith and Chris Rock. I mean, I think everyone got their own opinion, and if people are criticizing what Will Smith did, I think they have a point because from what I saw, I think he didn't want to. He was enjoying the jokes that Chris Rock was doing till he turned around and saw that his wife wasn't happy with what was going on. I think he got poked. I think he got poked. He got poked on the side, and his reaction changed and walked on the podium and slapped him. So if it was something that he didn't like, he should have just got up and that reaction should have come. But it seems like he was, um, look, you don't protect your wife by slapping other people, man. It's just disrespectful as well. You don't go just because somebody says something about your wife and you just want to fight and do stuff like that. It shows how irresponsible you are. You can't just saying, oh, it's protecting, but that's not how protection works. Because I mean now, like somebody was saying on this panel, it's like everybody now, like everyone is having, I mean, family reactions. People are talking and stuff like that. It's really bad for it's really bad for our community. It's bad for Black people. It's bad how we react in situations. Is bad on a whole lot of stuff. It just it just shows a whole lot of things that we do. I mean, we shouldn't be reacting to situations like this, and
What?
it's unfortunate. And I mean, slapping wasn't the first choice. Somebody mentioned here that he should have just sat down and talk, and that would have been it. But people react to situations based on on different spot and on the way they feel. And since I really don't talk much, but at least people should allow people to talk, even if they have something to say. At least they should allow people to talk on this forum because every one of us have an opinion. And
I,
thank you so much,
okay,
Gina. And I want to let Okoye speak as well. So I
Something
really
his
don't want to talk
countryman,
much.
something your
Tunisia,
countryman will not accept is telling you to do something.
Tunisia, you have been. Is you Jude is talking about?
Of course,
Right.
he's going to
Okay.
say that.
One moment. I just want to make sure we heard Jude. So Jude, your point is that you disagree with the slap. You think he shouldn't have done that, and you think that it wasn't that he shouldn't have responded that way. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I mean, those are situations that happen, right? We shouldn't be quick at reacting like a slapping or hitting people and stuff like that. It was something disrespectful, like you said. I mean, I don't want to say a lot of things because what people have said is the same thing that every one of us had. In I think in 2016, him and Will Smith and the wife, they didn't show up to the Oscar because they think it was it was just white people that were nominated for all the for all the for all the nominees that were nominated were all white, so they didn't show up. They felt disrespect and they didn't show up. So Chris Rock made a joke about it, and he said he himself wasn't invited as well, but he showed up. So and I mean, he's a comedian, man. Like somebody says, he's a comedian. You cannot deprive him from saying what he want to say. At the same time, you book a front row. I mean, you have to pay.
He was actually the host, and
Right, he was the host. That's what I'm saying. And at the same time, Will Smith booked a phone call with a wife. So what you expect? Like, I mean, you're
What?
right there, right? Like,
What you say at the same time? What?
I mean, he booked a phone role, and booking a phone role, like, when people talk stuff. But what I was saying is, I don't know if Chris Rock could make the same joke to a white person. That was what they were thinking, because if it was a white person, that was, could that joke, because most of the jokes that he always do applies to black, and that's why people get mad and pissed off, because it's kind of
I want you
one-sided,
to
right?
do a
So
favor. I want you to really look up. Some of you may be aware of him. I did not. I was not familiar with Chris Rock comedy. I know who he was. I loved his show. Everybody Hates Will, or whatever that was. I love that show, but I don't like his comedy that much, because his comedy tends to be always insulting towards the black community, and he throws a lot of jabs on black women. But I did like the show. I don't know, but I don't like his comedy. But yeah, you should definitely go
right.
check it out. And Jude, just to correct you on something, this situation has been going on since 1997. The Million Women's Black Women's March was when he first started making jabs at Jada. This has been going back since 1997. So, yeah, I think there's some history there that we don't.
Yeah, I know there are some
Oh, sorry, I didn't
stuff
know.
in that past as well.
Yeah.
Right. I said Jada did a lot of stuff in her past as well, and in her past. So there was things that when
You
she
mean
got
to
married, she
Chris
was
Rock?
cheating.
We're talking about Chris Rock.
No,
Not
I mean with her personal self, like
But
they
that
say she
has
was
nothing to
involved
do
in.
with the slap,
What?
or this has nothing to do with the slap or Chris. And even if she did do anything to her husband, that has nothing to do with Chris
Right,
Rock.
but this is what I'm saying, right? If you want to get protection, as people say, like, oh, he felt, he needs protection, right? You didn't protect your marriage, you didn't protect the husband that
Oh,
was
so
there
you
for you,
think that
right?
she deserved protection?
Yeah, you keep taking me off, so I felt like,
She's an echo. I want to make sure I get this clear. You're saying she don't deserve protection.
I mean, you can't. I mean, if you want to be protected, right, it should be like reciprocal, right? You protect your man, and he protects you as well. I mean, if you are not protecting the marriage that you guys are in, and you go out and cheat and do different stuff, and expect the man to protect you the way you want, then
But
I think
that's
it's
the man.
disrespectful as well. Huh?
So, Judy, are you saying that if she was a faithful
I have
wife,
to mute you, Jude,
you would
because
be
if I
okay
don't.
to defend her?
Jude,
Yeah,
mute your YouTube.
Jude, you have to stay muted when other people start talking, because when you don't, it echoes. That's why I kept turning you off. But go ahead. So you're saying that if she's not if she don't deserve protection because she had an entanglement, but okay,
That could be.
mute. But the thing is this: that's his husband, his wife. He chose to stay with her, so it doesn't matter what she did. It doesn't justify the joke. It doesn't justify people attacking her. What he's choosing to keep as a wife is his business. And as long as he's deciding that he's still with this woman, he still wants her to have respect. He still wants to, for her to be respected. That's his wife. Why has everybody got opinion on how he's with his wife or not with his wife? That's his wife. He's choosing to be with a woman that cheated on him or had an entanglement.
But he can't tell people how to. He also cannot expect people to feel the way he wants them to feel, because whatever they are living their life, but they are celebrities, and definitely everything they're doing is in the
They're
open.
gods. They owe us their celebrity, and that's another aspect too. So these people that are human should not be human because they're celebrities.
No, like what all these open marriage things and all these things they are doing, the society at large.
People do open marriages out in the world, so they're not allowed to do worldly things.
But it's not yet accepted by the majority of people in
In
the
Africa,
society.
there's open marriages. People have marriages that they have 4 or 5 wives. So this is the thing, y'all. This is too hypocritical. This man has made a decision to be with a woman, regardless of what she's done. He's still choosing to be with her. Mind your business.
But now he can't tell people how to feel about him and his family.
To the next
I think
this is the part that gets unfair, but go ahead. We're gonna never get to I think Jude was who was still talking. Now Speedy always does that.
Yeah, I wanted to finish my point, but it's okay. I mean, I don't mind. I get cut around
I guess that because I'm
people.
But I'm here on the. I'm supposed to go back and forth with them. I'm the person, the host. But I guess because I'm hosting, everybody else is like, you're talking. I'm the host. I'm supposed to be talking.
Right. Okay. I waited for like 2 hours and listen to. I waited for like 2 hours and listen to two Nigerian, the other guy from Nigeria, and the other guy from Nigeria going back and forward, and TV as well. And I just sat quiet, and when I really want to say something, and everybody just have a point. But this is my thing, right? I didn't say no, she shouldn't be protected, but at the same time, right? I was saying protection comes with respect as well, right? If you don't respect your man and doing all of that, and you expect him to protect you, I mean, that's the way I see it. It's not, that's the way I see it. But what he did to protect the wife was okay. You cannot come around and just because he had. But I don't think Chris Rock knew about what was going, like her hair and stuff. Chris Rock didn't know about it. If Chris Rock knew, I don't think he would have.
Even if he didn't know about it, black women, the hair thing, it's something that we all know.
No, but that's comedy, Gina. You can't say that. I mean, come on,
I guess. So, Jude, I'm not just talking about this in reference to black women in their hair. I don't think it's comedy when black women say black men are this or black men are that. I think it's a lack of decorum for us to go out there and joke about the things that are most sensitive to us. Like the N-word has become a joke now because people use it in raps, and white people are now fighting for the right to be able to call us niggas again because we call ourselves niggas. And I think that's wrong too. I think we set the pace on how people treat us and see us. And I think comedy plays a big part of that. But go ahead, Jude, and then please finish off.
Thank you so much. I'm done. I want to listen to other people speak. Thank you so much, and thank everybody on the panel as well. I wish people can keep it that way and say, "Okay, I'm done. Let some other person speak," but nobody does it, and everybody just speak.
Jude, I hear you, Jude.
Love Jude. Okay, but that being said, sorry, you've been so patient, sis. I know that Sister Dontoy came back in, and we got Rakoya waiting. But sorry, you're next, and then Rakoya, and then I'll go to my Sister Dontoy. Tell me what you think about what you've heard so far. We're talking about black hair. We're talking about what happened, that slap, that situation. Give me what your point of view is. Welcome, sis.
Peace and blessings to everyone. I love the boys' banter. They're always back and forth with one another, but they always end with respect and love, which is amazing.
Yes.
But the thing with Jada and Will Smith and Chris Rock, it's always interesting to me that when it comes to black women, they attack our features. They'll talk about our hair. They'll talk about our noses. They'll make fun of our lips. They'll make fun of our behinds.
Yes.
This seems to be a common trend only for black women. Yes, here and there, if there's a funny-looking white female, they'll say something, but it's somebody that is familiar. We all know this person. And so we can all kind of see this. But when it comes to black women, it's across the board. They don't care who it is, the age of the woman. It does not matter. It's always our hair, our noses, our physical features. And I think black women have had enough, or at least that is how I feel, and I get that sense from.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I get that sense from females these days. Like, we've had enough. We've been the butt of the joke for a long time. Like, we get it, and we are over it. it's now becoming a hurtful thing because everybody is attacking us. And right now we can all see what is happening around the world. I see how African American women are attacked in America. I see how they are attacked in Europe, on the continent as well, how we look. And it's always I couldn't hear that. Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I don't know who that was, but I'll turn it down. Somebody was probably in the background. Go ahead.
Okay. So I just feel like we've had enough and find something else to joke about. And then when I also looked at this whole situation with Jada and Will Smith, it all seemed so staged to me. Even the slap
that was
he
my
gives.
first reflex. That was the first thing I thought, sorry, but then I was like, I'll bite.
Even the slap, you can see him give a little hop there, Gina, as he slaps, as though he's in a movie and the action has to be over exaggerated. Who slaps like that in real life? Nobody. That's a movie slap. And you see Chris Rock jerking to the side. That's a movie thing, man. You can't really see where the hand lands. It's smoke and mirrors to me. And it was very because I think it was all staged, it then became very disappointing and disheartening to me.
And that would be even worse. If it was all staged, it would be even worse. But
it would be worse because that means that and then I heard that this particular night at the Oscars was supposed to be a celebration of Black excellence in acting and producing. The guy straight after Will Smith's and Chris Rock's thing, he got an award, and it's a young man. I can't remember the young man's name right now.
Okay. Everybody put yourselves on mute. I don't know who's doing that, but it's ridiculous. Oh, sis, do you have two things on? You might have to turn your YouTube things off. You're the only one with
No, I turned the YouTube one off.
Okay, go ahead. I think it's you, sis, Don Tor. I just put you on mute and it stopped. So go ahead, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. And so the slap looked staged, and then it was supposed to be a big event for Black excellence in acting and producing, people that were supposed to shine this night, including Will Smith. Everything was taken. Now everybody's just focusing on the slap and not the excellence that our Black actors and producers and whoever received the awards for this particular night. Ratings come back. It's the worst ratings. So next year they can say, well, we did the Black thing. We got the worst ratings. Will Smith smacked Chris Rock on stage. There's no way to give you all this platform because you don't bring in the ratings. And
I really don't care. I don't think we should want to be on that platform. I
think Me too. I agree with you. Unfortunately, so many when they talk about the Soul Train Awards and the Oscars and how Beyonce and them prefer to go to the Oscars and not to the Soul Train Awards, and Black musicians were upset because they didn't get Grammys, but they got Soul Train Awards and they never went. They didn't even attend it. It is the old thing where we want acceptance. So I understand. I can't judge you if you want to be accepted by them. But to then pull everybody down, it seems as if we are too invested in celebrity. And we let the celebrity decide how our communities are steered. Even with the black hair that is going on now, in South Africa, it was never a thing to wear weave.
Right.
It was never a thing to wear a wig. It was your natural hair. Yes, ladies straighten their hair, they relax their hair, but it was always our natural hair. It was never a sew-in or a weave but right now it's becoming more popular in South Africa. Yeah. And I think it's because we are more connected to celebrity via Instagram and YouTube and and TikTok and all these things where our girls now see celebrities wearing, Kylie Jenner's wearing the wigs, and her and her sisters, and that buffoonery that's going on there. We are too geared on what celebrity does. This smack that Will Smith gave Chris Rock should not have been the discussion on how Black women are treated. I believe they should not. This shouldn't be the.
For me, I think it should be, because comedy.
Yes.
For me, it's just the comedy aspect. I don't care about the slap. I don't care about the Oscars. I don't care about any of that. I'm just being honest.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
My thing is, this is an opportunity to talk about comedy and where it begins and where it ends. And another aspect of how are we not understanding that the fact that we ridicule ourselves for money on a stage to the world does not impact the way we are seen. Most of what white people know about us is because we have comedians that stood on stage, and everybody does things in their kitchen, but not everybody lets everybody in their kitchen. But we let everyone into our kitchen.
Oh, ain't that the truth?
And when I say that, I mean to say that there are some things that go on, let's say, in Italian households, or in Jewish households, or in Spanish or European or Chinese, or there's are things that go on, but there's a certain code that people have. Even when they're comedians, they don't drag their women like our men drag us a lot.
I agree.
And that's the part that we're talking about today. That's the deep dive I want us to do. I don't want us to talk about them per se. They are all victims as far as I'm concerned.
It's almost, I'm almost offended by it because it makes it so superficial. Breonna Taylor was murdered in her house. There's so many women where violence is a thing, and it didn't get half the media attention that actually affects a lot of Black women around the world, where we are abused and we are because we are seen as the weakest species. This, rape among women is higher, abuse on a woman is higher. This is, and especially Black women, this is a thing that is happening across the world. And it just seemed so out of place at the Oscars. They've made fun of Jada for, in front of all. Just a couple of weeks ago, I watched this interview with a trans female that said something about Jada's affairs with August Alsina, and they were laughing about it. And when somebody said, well, that seemed more offensive, I thought the same thing. But nonetheless, what I'm saying is they made it so superficial, where we actually have a problem with violence against Black women across the world, globally.
Yeah.
And these things are being ignored, and such a foolish thing is being played up, making us all look like a bunch of fools.
And that's the part. Well, I'm going to say this, and I'll put it right here. For me, I know that this was not the best look for us. But I ask myself, sometimes an earthquake has to happen to make way for a river.
Yeah.
Sometimes things, you got to shake things. I'm from the village, and you got to, before you could get to that good rice, you got to put it in a thing, and you got to
Yeah.
So for me, I'm looking at it from this is our sifting time. Now, what are we going to do with this? Are we going to look at it for what it is, and maybe it's time that we stop letting just anyone in our kitchen? Maybe we should all hear, like Jada should hear Chris should hear Will should hear Chris, and it's maybe we this is something where we don't have to take sides, where we can try to figure out everybody's side on this, and then take a look at the whole picture and say, well, what were we really doing? In this point, the worst thing that I think that happened was a black man was, we were tap dancing to what they already think about us. But it's not because of the slap. If he had just sat down when the joke was said and everybody laughed, it would have been just as bad. Because it's really,
it would have been just as bad. Yes.
The ridiculing of ourselves that really is the worst part of it.
And that part is completely ignored. That's what I'm saying. It's all about the slap and these two men attacking one another. And well, not two men, but black men physically, being in a physical altercation. It didn't even matter about what happened to Jada and the humiliation she must have.
And a lot of people say that it doesn't matter. It's just, well, she's not the only person that lost their hair. So it just goes to show you that we're pushing the narrative that our feelings don't matter. The way we feel about certain things don't matter. And that goes for black men too. Because you got feelings. You have feelings about certain things. And so if your woman's feeling don't matter, then your feelings don't matter either.
And there's a terrible double standard where, for example,
and I know I'm picking a side, y'all. I know my side is this. I'm not picking the side of Jada. I'm not picking the side of Will. I'm not picking the side of Chris. I just think that we need to put some respect on our names. Black people. We need to put some respect on the black. And I think that in retrospect, they're all examples of not putting respect on blackness. And that's the part. Now, what this woman said she did with another man at the red table, I look at it like this. That's their dirt. And I don't agree with it. But at the same time, I'm very aware that there's a whole lot of people doing a whole lot of stuff in this world right now. If they chose to share it, I don't know. In our community, we tend to drag each other when we're honest with each other. And it's sad because it's like, for me, loyalty is everything. My husband, me and him, we agree on this part. Loyalty is everything, but for others, it may not be that. And we need to get on code and respect each other in that aspect, because guess what? Just because somebody's not following what you agree on, if they're not burning the house, if they're not affecting the whole, then we need to look at it for what it is. Now, we could talk about how their relationships or the way they do things affect the way, it affects our children and things like that. But we don't use opportunities where we need to be on code and sticking with each other and saying, hey, I support Chris Rock, I support Jada, I support Will Smith. They are my brothers, my sisters. I'm sorry that this had to happen. We gonna handle this. That's my response to that. My takeaway from that is, okay, so let's talk about the way we talk about each other in our jokes, the comedy. Maybe we are waking. Maybe there's a shift in the universe and Black people are now waking up, and maybe certain things are starting. There's a shift happening. There's energy, there's frequency. Maybe there's something that's happening that's making us think that certain things aren't okay anymore. And maybe we need to see that and not push away from that. I don't know. Is it okay? I don't know if that's the answer, but go ahead, and then I'm going to welcome Rakoya. Go ahead, sis.
In our last conversation, and I've thought about this a lot after you said it, you said that it seems as if we use this energy or the energy that we generate, and most of us understand how powerful this energy is that we particularly generate to fuel these things in Hollywood and white communities and white events and things like that. And I really think there's something to that, where we always put all this energy into it. The Oscars were apparently going down a lot. There was no views, and all of a sudden everybody's talking about it because 2 Black men and a Black woman was involved. I thought that was also interesting, how that event generated so much energy around the world and got people talking.
Exactly. Anytime Black people are being ridiculed or anything, everybody has an opinion on Black people's stuff, and they shouldn't feel so comfortable in our kitchen.
Yes, they are.
You guys understand my parable. People should not feel so comfortable in our kitchen. We don't feel comfortable in theirs. How are they all welcome to our house, but we're not welcome to theirs?
Because they love, they feel like they can't do without us.
I always tell people, it almost feels as if we have this orphan mentality, always looking for love, always looking for acceptance, always looking for anybody to love us except us. Because we think we can't help one another. Somebody that looks like me can't be smart enough, can't be strong enough to take care of me and to have my interest or best interest, can do things for me. We always expect it must be somebody else that can do that for us. I think that's a big problem, and why we always.
I saw you guys. Did you see what's his name? Did you see? I don't know if you know that guy. What was his name? The one that used to be in The Living Color. What was his name? That white guy that we in Living Color made important.
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey. I saw his response. Oh, blah 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 blah. I was told that this was the worst. Shut the fuck up. Go in your own kitchen and mind your own damn business. This is our mess. Stay out of it. Go deal with the mess. I mean, why didn't you get up when that man was raping all those little white girls? Why didn't you get on and say, this is the worst thing that's ever happened and blah, blah, blah? Shut up. They're not talking. They don't give a damn about the slap. They really care. What they're doing is using this opportunity to highlight black interaction. And people should not feel so comfortable in our kitchen. I want to welcome you. Thank you, sir. Welcome, Raquel, to the conversation. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about, sis. Welcome.
You know what? I'm glad just to be back and to listen, because I'm in Ghana, so it's not easy for me to connect. I'll be coming back to the States briefly, and then I'll be back there in June for briefly, more permanent. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, it's very soon. And then the funny thing is, I'm going to come out. I'm going to come out from hiding behind the camera. I'm going to be being, direct and personal. So
I love it.
You guys look out for the unmasking of Rokoya. Anyhow, I wanted to jump in quickly and acknowledge everybody. And I don't know who spoke earlier. Was that Power Yombe or was it
there was a
Jude?
couple
I
people,
do receive what you said.
Yeah.
I wanted to acknowledge it. Jude, we go back and forth, but it's all in love. I see you as a younger brother or someone, and just as I would admonish and speak with my brothers and correct what I perceive. It doesn't mean that I'm always 100% right, but I feel like sometimes experience and haven't been in the trenches long gives you perspectives that sometimes the youthful don't get, because they're full of vim and energy and they miss the small little cracks. So when I come at you, Jude, it's just because of that. But I do accept your apology and I look forward to chatting with you. Listen, I wanted to come in and say I don't follow what's going on. I'm not I don't care either way or the other, but I just find it really ironic listening to all the comments made by different people on the panel to think that we're addressing an issue of violence between what we perceive as two Black men. I made the comment earlier when I joined. I said, is there anything like righteous violence? I'm asking this in the perspective of what's going on in the world. The most violent and most atrocious behavior that is going between white people. Russia bombing people in Ukraine, the madness of it, and the fact that this is all being done for geopolitics.
Yeah.
And we're not looking at violence from that perspective. That people, this world, this society, all of this status quo that we maintain has been generated on violence. Africa was violently raped. African Americans have been violently subjugated. This world runs on violence. I'm not justifying.
I know, I agree with you.
This is the reality. And as an African woman, I'm going to tell you this, that what he did, let's be honest, let's not use the standards of white, politically correct, trying to effeminate our society. let's not use those standards to run this world and to run our platforms, because there's something about honor. Okay, sometimes honor has to lead to violence. I'm not saying that I justify it, but I try to couch it in the context of what is real.
Yeah.
In Africa, brothers have called forth a husband or somebody who is abusing their sister and giving them a good whooping, and the society supports it because we understand the role of each. If some of our men learned to be real protectors, I mean, not the hubris and machismo, but protector. Feed, protect your woman, put them on a place where your children have a secure future. If we had more of that in the Black society, both on the continent and off the continent, I think we will be far ahead in the game. We've stopped being ambitious men. I mean, when I say that, our men are not standing in where they should be. Did he slap the man? I didn't see it. People are talking, but I know that whatever he did, it does not rise to the occasion of all these blah 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 and people trying to create a whole pull him down. It doesn't work this way. The man reacted in an honest way, and if he apologizes to Chris Rock, that's between two men. They deal with it. So
Yes.
I'm here to say that I'm not going to be allowing myself to be swayed by white media and swing along and they just manipulate us, and we're all just talking, oh, they had open marriage, oh, he cheated. Whose business is it? When whatever Clinton was all over the place messing up, did the wife just say, I'm standing behind him, and they've been together? We need to be real. We are talking about Africa Renaissance right now. We are building the new Africa, and our men need to do what men do. Protect the woman. We'll be your neck. You be the head. We're going to be behind you. Bum. The oracle has spoken.
If you feel like you need to slap him, then I'm just joking.
I'm done. I don't want to stay too long.
You know what? I want to say this real quick. I thought I was wrong. I was like, I don't condone violence, but at the same time,
oh, no.
Are we saying that people cannot be human and this is a human thing? And I don't understand why we have to be like, we always have to be a certain way. Like, it's like when we went to school here, you gotta work twice as hard. You gotta make sure, you do this like this, and you gotta be, and then it's like these are the things that other people look at us and they just don't have any respect because they feel like they're always gonna set the pace and we gonna always march at their tone. No, stop disrespecting people's wives. How about that? How about slow down on disrespecting people's wives in your comedy? How about use some wisdom and understand that it makes you look bad to disrespect another Black man in your comedy because it only reflects in your kitchen. You talking about your neighbor's kitchen, you live right next door to him. They know your kitchen looks just like his.
You know what I mean? And would they go tell an Indian or tell a Chinese or tell all these people, make all these hullabaloo about it? It's because, like you were saying, they just feel like they can just talk about us because we don't stand up. We don't establish our own set of ethics and let them understand we are these people. We are proud Africans or whatever we choose to call ourselves, and we check each other. I mean, we don't have to live by this standards, my people.
My husband, I said, would you? Well, I know what he would do. I know that if somebody was, we were in a situation like that, and somebody went in on me, he would win. He would have went in on them, and that's just the reality of it. And I know that a lot of brothers don't feel like that they need to do that. Like I've seen many men speak online and say, we can't be putting ourselves. And I'm like, and they know this about you. They know that you will always make the decision to stand back. But God dang, it felt good to see a man stand up for his wife, even if I think it was wrong. I think it was wrong, but I don't know. I don't want to be a hypocrite and lie to you and say that I didn't find any pleasure in that at all.
But Gina, do you think the slap was necessary?
That would be so hypocritical if I didn't say that I felt that, even though, and it's funny because Look, when you think about our relationship with the creator, whoever you feel like your creator, your source is, we are not always deserving of the blessings that we receive and protection that we receive. But I am my creators, whatever you believe in, I belong to them. So they protect me still. So as long as this man is saying this is his woman still, and he chooses, and even if it wasn't his woman, it could have been his ex. If he chooses to protect that woman, then I don't feel like it's right for men to be tearing him down because of that. And that's simp behavior when you want men not to protect other women because you feel like it don't make them look alpha. That's simp.
And some people go as far as saying, "Oh, that's what many women do in America. They will go and instigate their men to go and do silly things and stuff like that. That's what they do." I was like, it doesn't matter what they do. I'm talking about Will Smith here that has done very well for himself. If the wife too is a great, is a high achiever. I don't know, just because their success is so high that someone like Jada Pinkett is not considered a high achiever herself, and that is not stupid. She's got a condition, and somebody's making a joke about it on stage, and the husband, they have a right to react however they see fit because they know the consequences themselves. They are not stupid. They didn't get to where they got to because they are ignorant. So they know the consequences. He apologized immediately, and he apologized again, and resigned from the Oscars because he knows this is what you do. Sometimes both can be correct. You can enforce rules, and somebody is allowed to react and pay the price. And I think that type of price is something that we as men should not be scared of paying, because if you are defending your honor, as Rokoya said, it's something you cannot buy. You can't. We have lost some aspect of ourselves that we feel like it's okay for us to be like people. We try to copy them when it comes to how do I call it, decorum in this type of social setting, but we don't copy them in terms of how they defend their women, their communities. How many of our men have been lynched because of their women? We don't defend our women when it comes to that. I don't understand. You can't pick and choose what you copy. These guys are brutal when they want to be. So if you want to be like them, you show all that decorum. Yeah, copy their brutality too.
Yeah.
It's just how it is.
Okay, if I could ask a question, what women getting protected from, you know?
What
If
are
I
they
was
getting?
going,
Being
Jokes.
disrespected,
so it's
being
disrespect.
taken for granted.
Let me ask you something. Are women protected where you come from in Kenya? By men?
Women are protected in Africa as a
No.
whole.
So what do you think
Kenya
women don't
also.
need to be protected from here? The same things
Nah,
that we
nah,
get
no. You
protected
see,
from
when
in
you
Africa.
Can
the
I say
problem is,
something about the comedy real quick? You guys know women. I think we all agree women need to be protected. Also, there's such a thing as comedy, and if you don't go to a place where they are going to be doing comedy and roasting people, if you can't handle it, like there's such a thing as New York roast battles. There's roasts where, like, you go. There's comedy clubs, and comedians roast people. Don't go there if you can't, if you know they're gonna roast you. Like Jada, they roast at the Oscars. That's why they hire a comedian
See,
to
it's
roast
like saying
people.
don't use the road because there's accident going to happen there. Both can happen.
I agree with you. Both can happen. I'm just saying I don't agree with slapping a comedian because he made a joke at a comedy show. And that's why the comedians are pissed. They're like, damn, I can't perform. They already get people coming on the stage and assaulting them. But now, because people copy celebrities, they're going to have even more.
like, this is what I'm trying to say, because when as a man, as in, this is what I'm trying to say, that Will Smith did not behave like a man at that moment, bro. Like, because a man will have seen that, hey, if I do this, I will bring disorder to society, but and people will, yes, you see the consequences and act on that. But if you don't act like as if there are no consequences, that's feminine.
Well, maybe there should be some
what?
hold on. Maybe there should be some disorder if it's going to repair the community. Maybe that is better than a full blown revolution, because sometimes there has if it results in disorder, but it results the way it settles is a better this thing um, place. Then why would you be against that? Because if women are getting disrespected and men are sitting there, standing there, watching their wives or their women getting disrespected like that, maybe they shouldn't be doing that. Because we know full well that I myself, I can testify to that, that I've come online. You rarely hear men defending women wholeheartedly. And maybe that should change, because there are so many faults that because I don't excuse African men for all their weaknesses too, but on this area they tend to have circled that area in terms of being aggressive to the aggressors, the people that are our rivals. The African Americans are more aggressive towards them. Our men are very docile. So we all have our faults, and we need to correct the errors that are going on there. And if it needs to, if there's some shake up that needs to happen, so be it.
Yeah.
No. Okay, now you've made a point about changing things, but we as men, our thing is order. That is just our thing. That is, women are supposed to be the ones who are okay with chaos. So I can't even. I find it even.
Women are supposed to be what?
What?
Women are supposed to be okay with chaos. Yeah, okay, we
Oh,
say that
come
here.
on, man.
What?
Such a chauvinist.
No, I'm not a chauvinist. I'm not a chauvinist.
Down. I don't know.
But no. Let me. Okay, let me explain
we
myself.
are very organized people, actually.
No. Let me explain myself. Let me explain myself.
No.
When I say that women are supposed to be okay with chaos, it means that when you bring, let's not pretend that when there's drama around that it's.
Are you saying we handle chaos better than men? Is that what you're saying? Yes, maybe. I think maybe
I'm saying,
that because
okay. What I'm saying is that women are more easily comfortable in chaos. Like,
no, we are not. Let's get that.
No, we are not. We just handle it better. Yes.
Because you guys have not straightened out chaos.
We are more level-headed.
No, we like things to be organized.
I think what she's saying, I think what he's saying is that I think there is this instinct among men, which is maybe there's some truth to it. I don't know that women try to upset the apple cart, and often, from what I gather, is often locally and within homes. You know, like the man might want certain rules to be in place. The woman will be like, maybe you should tweak it this way, and the woman will go to the children and tell the women, the children a little bit of the nuanced aspect of it, while the men are more likely to say it's black and white, and the women will be like, maybe there's a little bit of gray here. I think that's where he's getting at.
He said men like order and women like chaos.
Nah, I don't think so. Women want order more than anything.
Completely different.
Nah. Okay, it sounds okay. It sounds a bit chauvinist, and maybe I think my brother Tunija has put it on a more diplomatic term. But what I'm trying to say is that as men, we should not be the people who disrupt order. That is just not if men who disrupt order, men who like chaos, usually we don't build anything. That's just a fact, because that's the only way you can build a proper society is through order. Not when you start not caring about consequences, you're not going to build anything. And this is why, my brother to Niger, you like to say the Chinese, you like really talk about the Chinese, how they protect their women, or how they really build their society. But if you look at Chinese men, they're not that popular. Why is that? Because
what has popularity got to do with your survival?
Their women test.
Okay, here's my point. It's not. It's really. It's just a theory that I have. But let me express it. That because order is not that attractive to the ladies as much. You may say it is, but I feel like an order, just too much order. There's a guy who just follows order. Just it's not that attractive. You want a guy like the way Will Smith, he just disrupted something, so it looks attractive. But if he had handled it like a man who cares about his society and the type of society he lives in, and sees the consequences of his actions far, and who can see far, he will have just taken it privately with Chris Rock, and he will have handled it private, and there will be no consequences, and probably it will have been boring
We wish that it
What?
would.
Let me say this one quickly about this order you talk about. What you don't understand is when men see order that is not meeting the requirements anymore, change it. The Chinese, a lot of people died. As some of us, the Stalin killed millions. The Chinese millions died to change the order to what they have today. What I'm saying is that sometimes when you have order, graveyard has order, isn't it? Everybody's dead. Even hell has order, eternity. But you have to choose your own order. And if the order is not serving you, you change it. And if there is a little bit of a hiccup here and there, so be it. Because you have to do what you have to do. Because what is the point? You stand still and watch the situation that doesn't serve your this in your community at all. Will Smith, if you ask me, Will Smith has done a lot of positive things for the community, like when they protested about the Oscars and all the rest of it. From what I gather, Chris Rock started having a go at Pinkett from a match that she did. Some of these people are actually active. They actually do things to better the community. The only thing I've seen Chris Rock do for the community in a kind of roundabout way was that good hair stuff. So I don't know.
That wasn't even good. I want y'all to watch that documentary. He's doing nothing but throwing little jabs about black women throughout the whole thing.
Exactly. That kind of stuff can piss somebody off if you think about it. Because if Will Smith believes that he is doing a lot for the community and him and Jada are contributing a lot to the community, and yet all this will just people keep ridiculing them all the time, you can see how it can really, really be grazing. Nobody remembers their good work. This man, I don't remember anything he's done to bring disrespect to the community other than his own personal life that he probably regrets himself. And nobody gives him the benefit of the doubt. They jibe and jibe and jibe. You wonder why he blew up there.
He just, and there's a reason why Chris Rock is the favorite for the Oscars. There's a reason. He taps dance really well for them, and he always brings our community into it. And that's the part that I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate that, but Chris Rock is our brother as well. Just as Will is our brother, just as Jada is our sister. But I wanted to share this clip, and before I do that, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much, Perfect Moment. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and share this clip. I want you guys to see it because I think it speaks volumes of how what we do to ourselves in our communities that yeah.
When I was in Atlanta, I heard not black people, I heard black people specifically ridiculing and making derisive comments about other black people all day long, every day. And so I don't want to repeat the phrases, but just cursing, just as people would brag. I'll say this: black people would brag about going home and thinking of ways to ridicule and humiliate other black people. They would brag about using their time and energy to do that.
And write a song about it. Make
Yes,
a CD
sir.
if they can.
Yes, sir. When I got here, it took about a month before I realized some of the phrases that I heard every day used to humiliate and ridicule other black people. I had not heard at all. I hadn't heard anybody say it, and it was just like, wow, I haven't heard any of these. I mean, it was just stunning, and especially when I reflected on how often I would hear these different profanities and things. I mean, you could not go more than an hour without someone being called, just a whole litany of these phrases. And just what you said, hearing black people who were accustomed to that, and I apparently enjoy that environment to some degree.
And if they got it on a CD where somebody else is doing it, they want to go at 3 o'clock in the morning, because that's the optimum time, and park in the middle of the street if it's not too busy, and turn up them amps and open the roof of that vehicle and sit there and give everybody within 3 blocks, a straight dose at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, why are they doing that? Because they wouldn't do that out in the middle of the desert. Because can't nobody hear it but them. That's not the point. They're not trying to hear it. They could hear it without all them amps. They want to make sure that you hear it. 3 blocks away at 3 o'clock in the morning. All you bitches, all you whores, all you dumb-ass niggas.
Yep, that was it. That has been my experience. Larger
I
concentration.
want to be me. I want to be free.
Wow. Do you think non-white people, victims of white supremacy, that they have been conditioned to fear white people, and that is a part of why non-white people are not comfortable being around large numbers of white people or talking to white people?
Because they're afraid they might have to stick to doing something halfway constructive. And that is painful. When you've been raised up on doing nothing but looking at videos, riding around all day in a flashy mobile, bling bling, dark shades, throwing money out of the car, naked women sitting on top of the car, playing some sounds about everybody in the world, including the trees and the rocks and the birds, as a MF. And that's supposed to be paradise. Now, when you have been doing that and looking at that all your life, in any other environment, it's a prison.
Wow.
That you want to get out of as soon as you can.
Wow. So I just want to be clear.
Walking along a stream with ducks gliding quietly on the water, flamingos, and nothing but the sounds of nature. Dead quiet. It's the same as being in prison. In fact, it's worse than being in prison, because in prison everybody's MF and whatnot all day long. That's what you want to hear. You have been made systematically into a monster, and you're comfortable being that.
Wow.
Anything that's the least bit civil, you can't stand it.
Oh, that was nearly full.
Wow, that was powerful. And on that point, I would say that all 3 of those people in this situation are portraying the negativity, according to the brother Neely Fuller Jr., to our people. And it's just, that's Hollywood, they come from that Hollywood. And we always hear, like on your channel, Gina, speak of other examples that we hold to a higher regard, as you have like people like Marcus Garvey and so forth. And so these are the people that we look to, but the mainstream looks to these Hollywood people. And that's what makes it important what they do, because of like what happened in Germany before they did what they did. They had this media. Same thing happened in Rwanda. They had this media that was portraying the other side in a negative way, in an animalistic way, just, portraying everyone in this bad light, this negative characters. And that's what makes the media kind of shady. And we know that the media is controlled by it's influenced by the military industrial complex and all that, and the people who own the jails and prisons and make money from them. So I just can't act like it's nothing. Like that's why for me I totally felt like it was staged. I could be wrong, because after a while I started thinking maybe it's not staged.
So if it was staged, the worst thing that happened was the insult to the Black woman. If it was staged, the worst thing that happened on that stage was the insult to the Black woman, because even if it was staged and they're all three of them were aware of it, or two people
That's
were
what I'm saying.
That insult to the Black woman itself ricocheted.
Exactly. It's
doesn't matter.
insulting to all three and all Black women and all Black men. Even though people want to say it doesn't matter, it doesn't, reflect on all of us, but it definitely does, because that's how people worldwide know us, is by the media, by what they see in the movies. That's why they always portray
Well,
the
what do you think about the fact that, do you think it would have went better if he just sat there and he heard the joke, she heard the joke, and we all heard the joke, and
people, I don't know. I think he could have.
I didn't get my question out, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, I just said people heard the joke, and then everybody walked away, and the joke was said, and because her hair is bald, and that was it, and it would have went probably a better night that way.
That's another reason why I think it was staged, because in a room like the Oscars, it's a production. They have a lot of cameras. So usually when something bad happens, they cut away to another camera. But on this, they were like focused on everything as, they were just following it along as if it was part of the show. That's why a lot of people laughed, because they thought it was part of the show. They thought it was a joke until Will started yelling from the crowd. That's when people got nervous.
I got you. Oh, I don't know. I think the world is a stage, and I think us being the brunt of the joke of the stage is exhausting. And I'm really tired of it. And I'm at the point where I'm just ready for us to walk off that stage and not really give a damn how it really happens. I just want to be off that stage.
Exactly. It doesn't matter whether it's real or fake, contrived. The point is the debate is happening based on what people have seen, and the way we absorb that information is what truly matters. We can't make it about our community. We can't say that he doesn't have a right to defend himself, because we have not defended our this in families for a very long time, opening like that. And you say whatever you like about it. I can tell you right now that anybody that wants to insult a Black woman that is with a Black man will think twice, and maybe that is the way it should be.
But they're doing it now. Look, just go and look at
So this is going to be
right
the
now.
closeout. I'm going to let everybody close out, because my husband's looking at me like, I'm going to be here. I want to be here tomorrow. I don't want to make any promises, but usually when I stay in too long, he looks at me like, you're going to do this again? So, okay, so this is going to be the closeout. I want your opinions on this. I know that there's so much we can talk about on this, but to be honest with you, I think it goes back to, I agree with Tunaja. Me and Rakoya, Tunaja, Rasuri. I agree with everybody. I think everybody's opinion is valid, but I'm really in the stance where I'm just tired of Black men being, I don't feel like it was just Jada disrespected. I think that if a comedian looks at a man's wife and says certain things, I feel like he should respect that man too. I feel like we need in the Black community to start valuing ourselves and making it less comfortable for people to talk about certain things. Ourselves being the first group of people that shouldn't talk about certain things. So therefore, we don't open the door for other people to talk about certain things. That's just my opinion, my closeout. So, yeah. Who's next? I want to Yeah, close out. I know that Soul started talking, but what I really wanted to do was come back in and prepare to close out. So that's where I am. Perfect moment. I see you say you agree. I'm happy somebody agrees with me. But go ahead, Soul.
All right.
Close out before because I know that you probably have one last thing you want to say before we go, and then I'll go to Tunija and Jude, and I just want to be fair on this. Go ahead.
Well, I certainly hope it wasn't, staged. It looks like it to me, to be honest. Either way, it's bad for us,
Mm-hmm.
But I want to say everyone was talking about it, like different news channels, everybody, every channel of every kind of show on YouTube you could think of.
Yeah.
And there was something else that happened. That's my first comment. And that's why I go back to the whole, what was going on in Germany thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because what else happened that no one has been talking about is that Putin made the speech where he said he was only going to be selling his oil in his money, rubles or something like that. That means that no more petrodollar. So that's a big thing that's happened that no one's talking about. Everyone's talking about this instead.
I've seen quite a few people talk about it, actually.
Well, very good. I'm glad.
Yeah, there's lots of folks talking about it.
Yeah, because
it's a bigger conversation for me. It's not something we could just really get into right now because what's happening and it's just the beginning. There's going to be quite a few things that happen that's going to affect Africa in a big way. But that's a big conversation.
And so it was like they call it the slap heard around the world, and it just took everyone's mind off of this, other things.
Not me.
What's going on?
That's still present. That's still. I posted a video not too long ago. I don't know if you guys
as far as media,
as far as some of our brothers and sisters are still in those camps waiting to be removed from those camps. They're
exactly.
They're not sending them like they're sending other people to places and people are receiving them, but they're being kept in detention centers. And if you didn't see that video, go back to the last video I showed because that's what's important to me.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah,
that's exactly. They got these people in camps, just like concentration camps. This is just like what happened before.
Yeah.
And what happened before, there was Africans there before, and they did the same thing with the Africans and the Romans before, and that
goes back to the way people perceive us in this world, and it goes back to, you see, a big aspect of is that the way you see yourself is the way other people see you. The way you talk about yourself, the self-talk that happens in our community about each other, be it in our music or in the way that we communicate with each other, let's say at work, or the way we communicate with each other, in comedy. All of that has a big impact on how people see us. And we need to realize that other people, they're robotic for a reason. And it's not like they're like that in their household, but they understand that when they walk out their house, they have to be in a certain code. And we are just a little too comfortable opening our doors and letting people go all in our bathrooms in the kitchen. There used to be this thing. I don't know if you guys are old school like I am. I have in my house, I have a front room. And that means is that, let's say you come to my house and you're not somebody that I'm very close to. You're going to sit in that room. You're not going to go in my upstairs. You're not going to go in my kitchen. You're not going to go all over my house. You're going to be in that space because that's all you need to know. And I think we have just basically opened up our house and just let everybody just go through. Everybody. I mean, how do people know what happens with the black woman's hair? It's really.
I thought we black, Gina.
It's really
funny to me that
black men or black women feel comfortable degrading ourselves like that in front of folks, and then wonder why other people treat us like animals or they treat us like less. It's because we direct them on how to do. We teach them the worst. We don't go in there and making jokes about things that are, can still be respected. We go in there and we give them the dirt. We go and we talk about the worst situations, and we make it seem like that's across the board. Black women, this is how they act. Black this is and this is not true, but this is what we do. And then we wonder why people in India or Pakistan basically have this opinion about Black people, because when they look at comedy, they hear it. When they see television, they see it. And so, yeah, I think a joke is not just a joke anymore. I mean, if we are saying that we are a people that is being treated a certain way in the world, then we need to look at what it is that we're doing that's allowing that treatment. And I think comedy is one aspect of it. The way men are respected is another aspect of it. The way women are respected and protected is one aspect of it. We need to protect each other by making sure that we're doing certain things or putting certain standards in place to not allow other people to feel comfortable to ridicule us.
Thanks, Gina.
You're very welcome.
And the last thing I just want to say, I think, the degradation that you're speaking of, I don't agree with it. I don't think we should be having degrading comedy or degrading any kind of media. I don't think we should have a strip club culture. I don't think we should be saying the N-word. I don't allow it from my sons. They say that I don't allow it in front of me. I don't allow that. I know
somebody is having a messed up relationship, we should give them the space to either depart from each other or come together and heal. We shouldn't be making fun of these things. I mean, we really are taking it to the white meat. It's too much.
People, they took their stuff and put it on the white
I understand, but that doesn't mean we have to beat the drum of it and become like people put their stuff out all the time. We're not the only. We're not the only people that do that. But we're the only.
Just another example.
I'm not going to argue with you about it. I just don't want us.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
And if somebody decides to put stuff out, we don't have to ridicule them and make it as if it's the ugliest thing that's happening in the world. And we do that. We bash each other too much, and that's not okay. If they sat at a red table and that show, right? Let's talk about what it is. Because, it's funny. I liken myself to certain aspects of it. I've have a couple of videos here that you've seen me crying or you've seen me whatever. But does that mean that it's okay to start bashing me because I allow a space for uncomfortable conversations? No, we still have to respect each other and appreciate each other and understand that they are human. They are showing us that stars are human. There was a time that we didn't think their shit stink. But now they're a representation of a couple that's allowing people to see that, look, we in Hollywood, it doesn't smell good. And so instead of looking at that and saying, Hollywood is like this, huh? It's no different than the stuff that goes on in our own homes. These people have the same kind of problems. They have the same kind of fragilities. Instead of us looking at it that way, we're sitting there going, oh, she don't deserve respect. Shut up.
I don't look at it like that. I look at it that they are selling out to Hollywood and they're getting money by portraying negativity on Black people and humiliation of Black people. Like I said before, the whole setting them up to bring them down, because people looked up to Jada. Jada, she did great in The Matrix.
That was our problem, looking up to her. I'm happy she took herself off that pedestal, because now we can look at her for what she is, our sister.
Well, I'm just saying, when children learn by example. We need people to look up to as we're growing up to set an example of, so we're like, she was a strong Black woman in the movies. You know what I mean? She portrayed a strong Black character in the movies. Will, he was like the first Black, action guy.
And that itself was problematic. Your role models should not be people.
I'm not a Hollywood person, but I know about it.
This is not about you. This is
I'm
not
just
about
saying,
me.
but I know about it.
I'm not justifying. I'm not going to sit here and say, well, there were no role models. There were people that we set up to make role models out of. They were those people doing those things.
Exactly, Hollywood. And these are the people that, are in the media.
Right.
To portray us as a people to the world. And that's where it does become problematic. And me, it's not my culture. I'm not for it. I'm just making my comment on it. You know, in Rastafari culture and Yaifal culture, it's a lot more respectful to the man and the woman. You know, the
And
man.
I agree with Perfect Moment. She says Jada is our sister, but she has weird faults. That's true, but she's still our sister. So is Chris Rock. So is Will. And I think we need to look at them as the humans that they are, imperfect as they
That's
are.
right.
And I think
Respecting people, treating people with respect and not degrading them. That's the Rastafari culture, is to be respectful to people. And it's different than, you know, Babylon, what Babylon promotes. So I'm not going to say that it's okay for, you know, certain kind of comedy. I think we have freedom of speech and we have assault laws. I don't think people should be slapped. But I know people, there is violence out there, you know what I mean? I'm my life, my culture that I live, I'm not into that, and I'm not into going in those environments. So there's a lot in this world, and I agree with you, Gina. It would be best for us to, you know, live up, to have, you know, a way of being with each other that's respectful. And I think that goes to what the brother said earlier about self-love. And we need that, those images of people who do love
I'm
themselves.
going to respond to this. I'm sorry. I'm not meaning to cut you off. We know what they are humans, but Hollywood and society forces them on us. We allow. This is the part. This is the part. No, nobody's forcing anything on us. We need to, and that's the part. And that's why for me that slap was necessary, not because I feel like it was appropriate. Don't think it was appropriate. Don't think any of it is appropriate. Not the joke, not the behaviors, but the slap. Um the slap should have been should sometimes situations happen and certain things have to happen, and I think that this right here, it opened up a box that we needed open as a people to be able to reflect on ourselves in a way that we should be reflecting on ourselves. What is appropriate, what is not appropriate, how far should we push things? I hear a lot of comedians very upset because it steps on their the way they do things. It steps on the way they make money. This is what they do. But at the same time, maybe what they do have done a lot of damage to our community. And maybe they should do it in a way where it is uplifting. You could still make jokes, but it doesn't have to be at the core of what makes our community um ridiculed in front of other people and to ourselves. I mean, there's certain standards that's been put out there about black women that black women have bought into. Really big time. Black women have bought into big
Yeah,
time.
it's how they bought into the hip hop culture. We bought into something that clearly is denigrating us, and we thought, okay, maybe there's some sense to it somehow because it reflects society. And then we are buying into comedians that are
Yeah,
ridiculing our culture,
yeah,
as if this world is not complicated enough. There's so many things out there that they could make jokes about that
yeah.
are not denigrating. Why do they always choose? It's the same goes for the music. Why do they have to choose the type that is often, or at least they magnify the type that is the most negative, while the positive ones are suppressed? It's just not appropriate at all. And if you look at Will Smith now, he seems to have been doing right. He's trying, at least he's trying to do right by the community more than some of the ones we like to say that they are the greatest. Chris Rock, I don't know what he has done. So I think maybe we should be getting our priorities right and be more critical in our assessment of
And
some
what
of
we
all these
buy
things.
into, yes,
Yeah.
and what we laugh at and what we find funny. I mean, I want you to do the homework. We could talk about this again. Comedy. We could just, I want you to go look at some of this man's work. Look, not just his work, but look at comedy throughout across the thing. Look at the way white men joke about white women. Look at the way Chinese men joke about Chinese women. Look at all of comedy, and then I want you to look at the way we deal with each other in comedy. And then I want you to really understand that when you see that, you're going to see a lot of why people have those opinions about us. And then why we have those opinions about ourselves. It's amazing to me, but that people don't understand that this slap was more than a slap.
Exactly.
So thank you so much. So to Naja, your official closeout.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and I'm glad I'm part of this conversation. Because I am tired of our people internalizing everything and always thinking that everything is working against us. I think we need to start working with our heads up and not apologize for who we are, and know that we are trying to do the right thing by our people. Nobody's saying that you should be holding your head up for, shocking and jiving or whatever they call that, or denigrating our women. But if you know you are doing the right thing by our people, hold your head up. And that's what Will Smith tried to do that day. Maybe the poor guy is tired of holding his head down, biting his lips, and he tried to do what he needs to do. And like you said, slap. Sometimes one slap may not just be a slap; it symbolizes a lot of things. And that, from what you hear from people, it tells you that that actually symbolizes a lot of things. And maybe the change is going to be for the good. I think there's nothing wrong with a man doing one of the primary duties a man is created for is to defend the woman. That, what else is his job? That is primary, because if you don't defend the woman, there's not going to be the next generation. The next generation is not going to survive, and humanity will be gone. What else do you expect? And I think maybe it's a good change, if you ask me. And I'm not supporting that you should go and slap people on the stage just because they talk about your wife, but we all know that there is a history there. So a guy has taken responsibility. I believe that in life, if you want to this thing color outside the lines, you should be prepared for the consequences. And Will Smith has colored outside the lines because he broke the rules of the Oscar, and he's facing the consequences. But that doesn't mean it's not right to act, because sometimes you color outside the line knowing fully well the consequences, but you have to do what you have to do. And I think that is, for me, that is honorable. I feel that he's doing what he feels is right by his wife and his family.
I'm talking on mute. I'm sorry. I agree with you, Tanija. Tonight we were on the same. Me, Rakoya, you, a couple of folks, and even the folks I don't agree with, I appreciate you because I understand. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself. I appreciate everything you said, Tanija. I've been, for the most part, in agreements with you, and quite a few others, and even the people I didn't agree with, I still appreciate you, and I appreciate the contrast. It's just on this one, I'm not looking at what happened on that stage. I'm looking at what's been happening on the world stage to us as a people, and maybe I'm going too deep with it, but at the same time, I feel like this is a good opportunity to do so. So, Tunija, I agree. 100%, my brother. Okay, so Nespidi, tell me what you think. This is your closeout. What is your last opinion on this one, my brother? You're on mute, sir. Nespidi? I think you are gone. Okay, so we love you. Thank you for coming through. Tezzy, are you still with us? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you. Welcome.
Yeah, okay. All I have to say is that my brother Will Smith could have handled it better, and I don't subscribe to the manhood of of humiliating other people in public. And you can say, hey, that's the manly thing to do, but I don't think that is the truth. I think handling things in private would have been the better way. And when it comes to the jokes, I think comedians should be allowed to practice their art, and every woman is somebody's daughter, is somebody's sister, is somebody's wife. So that just means that you can't trust women. In short, if that is how we're going to see women, that we can't roast her because she's somebody's wife, or we can't roast her because she's somebody's daughter or somebody's sister. So there's always going to be a man offended or some man going attacking you. So I don't think that would be a nice environment for anybody. So that is what I have to say. That and when it comes to the comedy of women being the butt of the joke, black women, I understand that it has its negativity, but if you look at what the entertainment industry that black people in America dominate when it comes to entertainment, it has done a lot of, it has given African Americans a lot of influence globally. So you can't when you can't have your cake and eat it, right? You can't enjoy the global influence that industry has given you. Then you can say, hey, this industry is putting too much attention on us, So
Yeah.
you really, so you find that maybe there is that two sides to it. So that's all I have to say.
I understand. There's always many sides to it. I do agree on that. Tezzy, I do appreciate your contrast. I just don't agree with you, but I definitely know there's a lot of people out there agreeing with you. I've seen this thing has been split 50-50 across the line where people they see it one way and other people I don't condone the slap. I'm gonna say that.
Okay.
But I definitely appreciate the contrast that's happening because it needs to happen because the biggest thing for me that stands out for me is the way that we make money off each other's pain. Something that needs to be looked at, and I hope that this is an opportunity to do so. So thank you, Tezzy. Um, and now we have Jude. Jude's been so patient today, y'all. Jude, tell me what you think. This conversation has been great, and you've been so humble tonight. I appreciate you, sir.
So, thank you so much as well. I have to, you know. Um, I mean, this was a good discussion. I liked it. People had their opinion, and you know, but since you had yours, and you have to, make sure people don't go against your thought, Gina. But it was cool. I think for the bigger picture, I think that's what I think. I think he did a bad job. Humiliating somebody in public. You know, at at uh, at the Oscar, which was, if I see it, it was really bad. But at the same time, you have the right to protect your wife, as people say. But that was my major point. But um, I mean, it is what it is, man. Like these people, like somebody said, they are enjoying their money. They have, their bank account is full, and they have nothing to lose. So it is what it is, and let's God keep us all protected. For the way things are going. Somebody say it was conspiracy as well, and that's what they're thinking. If it was conspiracy, why did they use us against us to do what is supposed to be something that we can just talk and get out of it, instead of like causing havoc on one another, which doesn't make sense. But thank you so much. I really don't have much to say, and I want to thank everybody that showed up on this panel. And everyone have a good day. Thank you, Gina.
You, Rokoya, to Niger, Tezzy, Pawayambe, all of you, Nespidi, my brothers and sisters from the continent. This right here, for me, also is everything. The fact that this is happening to us here in the diaspora, and you guys are in there, you're in it, you're having the discussion, we're getting away, finding ways to balance it out with what's happening on the continent, what the differences are. That was a very important aspect of this conversation for me as well. And I think that this is what needs to happen. I think that we all need to get involved in all our stuff and make it our stuff. And maybe then we could get on code and understand that, what our fragilities are, and understand what we need to share with the world and not share with the world. I think this is amazing. This is an amazing beginning. Some things happen and we look at it and we're like, oh, this was ugly. But a lot of times the best things that come, I mean, even the human experience, the fact that we are brought here through contractions and in a very ugly way. It's a lot of pain that brings us into this life, and women know a lot about that. So most beautiful things come from a very trying and ugly experience, and I'm hoping that we could all weather the storms. Our three brothers, the three individuals that are that this is happening to, other peoples that it may have impacted, and those of us that has ricocheted on to make us think. And I know we're all thinking differently at this time, but I think that the big picture for me is that we're having conversations, and maybe through those conversations we can learn to realize what is impacting us. So thank you, Judy. Okay, so that being said, Pawa Yambe, my brother, I want to thank you. Thank you for coming through today and saying all that you said. I've missed everybody. So tell me what you think about, what is your closeout for this? What, after everything you've heard, what is your closeout? Pawa, are you still with us? It's very late where he is, so he might have fell asleep. So I'm going to say good night to you, Jude. Good night to Pawa Yambe. Sorry, it's me and you, sis. Tell me what you think. Let me get rid of these brothers. Tell me what you think about this conversation. Give me your closeout. You came in and you gave us balance. I agree with you too. Me, you, a couple of other folks. It was 50-50. No, more, I think more 70. More of us agreed on one thing. So what is your closeout? This was a kind of different conversation for me. I don't really get into the politics of what's happening out in the trending world. But for me, I touched on it for one reason, because I really feel like for me, I wanted to talk a lot, and I don't think I really touched on it enough. We're going to get into it more. The protection of Black women, because a lot of Black women were responding like they felt a little protected by what was happening. Even if Jada, for some reason, in some people's mind, don't deserve that protection, I don't agree with that. I feel like just because somebody's not making you happy don't mean that you don't have a responsibility to protect them. So tell me what you think, sis.
I think this is much deeper than what we are currently talking about. Like it runs so much deeper with us Black women. Also, I've noticed that it hurts more when it comes from a Black man. Yes. Sometimes when it comes from a white person, we shrug it off. It is what it is. This is what they think about us. But yes, the men, like, I come from you. You are a part of me. How can you not think that I am beautiful when I come from you, when I look like you, and you are our men? We always talk about the Chinese men supporting their women and protecting their women, the white men doing the same. And we also would like to feel that way. For some, they've always made Black women feel as or look as if we are indestructible. I study, or I have studied Western medicine, so I have a BSc in Western medicine, and the things that I learned about experiments on females, especially in the gynecology and mental health departments, it's so scary, because with that, they concluded that we feel less pain than other women. We have more mental health issues than other females, and it's not that. And it's hurtful when Black men do it to us. It feels, it hits different, like they say. It hits different when the Black men do it to us. But I think it goes much deeper than that. Why? Why is it that Black women are being so attacked? I only found out recently in Khoi language, we say yes, we say or and for no we say
Yeah.
And as a child, if you said to your Khoi mother, she would smack you. If you said she would smack you. It was a sign of disrespect. And only recently I found out that when we started or when we used our own words to speak to anybody, especially to the Boers or the farmers in South Africa, your skull would be knocked in.
Right.
And so even for Black women, because Black women have always been seen as, and we are, I'm not saying we're not.
Like a commodity that can be, not important.
Yeah, we are powerful. You could look at Queen Amina.
Yes.
You look at Shaka Zulu's mother, Nandi, Queen Nandi. We are powerful women. And I think that when the white people studied us, they realized if we can break the females of this nation now, no disrespect to the men, we need one another. There's a role for each of us.
Yes.
And we don't respect one another's roles in our communities and how we've lived. You know, in Africa, the women go and have their discussions, and the men don't sit. There's not a single man sitting in on a discussion when it's females discussing.
Yeah.
In my family, I see the males do the same, and then they'll play games. But in the games, they talk about men stuff. So that as children, we could run in between both. But as we grew up, we understood that there's certain times when men have to have a conversation and hash things out on their own. Yes. There are certain times where females need to have a meeting and hash things out on their own, and you don't try and intervene. It doesn't matter if that's your wife or your daughter, because we need to work things out. And there's certain times when we have to come together as a people.
Yeah.
And I think that is where we still struggle a lot. That code that you are talking about. What is our code when it comes to the collective?
Like what is allowed, what isn't allowed? What is the point of no return? What is the point of no return? How is respect showed? How is do we let everybody into our kitchen? When I say that, I mean to say into our business, into our, those things that, should be personal to us, those things that are upsetting to us and maybe broken about us. Is this something that we go and we portray in the world as if it's a joke? For me, that's it's not okay anymore.
No, it's not okay. And they use it against us. These people have been studying us for a very long time. And we must understand what we are dealing with.
Yeah.
Once you understand what you are dealing with, then you can navigate and then you can move, so that we are secure and we don't get instances like this where we now are on a global platform being portrayed as a bunch of hooligans and our females are being made fun of.
Even if this platform is not the beginning of it, when we're sitting there doing good, I mean, look at the woman that just got elected. I don't know. You could look at any Black woman that just got elected. They still find reasons to ridicule it. They still find reasons to look for the bad in it. I mean, this right here is just an opportunity to say, okay, look at that. But they would have found something. I mean, the ridiculing aspect did not begin with this slap. And that's the part I'm trying to say. The ridiculing aspect begins with the fact that we allow them in places that we should not. We allow the world into spaces that they should not be welcome to.
We are not safe. We are not safe allowing them into our spaces.
Yeah. I feel like we and I don't think it's a bad thing. I think everybody has that space. I think we are just the ones that and I think that it's sad because a lot of comedians need to be honest with themselves. A lot of people have made a lot of money and Black women have been the brunt of that joke. And black men have been the brunt of that joke. And I'm just thinking, how much of our culture or our situation or the way we do things are going to be put on the chopping block for millions of for a few of us to make millions. And I think it's ridiculous, and we buy into it. We make them, we laugh at ourselves before other people start laughing. They don't dare laugh until we laugh, and we need to question that. So
it becomes then a psychological thing where you'll make fun of yourself before somebody else does.
Well, we give them, it's one thing when people are just sitting there, and if they're ridiculing you, then they look like animals that are looking down on people. But when you sit there and you ridicule yourself and they're just laughing, they just look like they're just laughing, and you're the one doing it to yourself. So it really is. Well, you hear a lot of white people now on certain channels, and they're like, Black people say the word nigga. Why can't we say the word nigga? And they're fighting for it. They really want to be able to say it, because if you're saying it and you say it's a term of endearment, and you know, in a rap you say it, so why shouldn't I be able to say it? And the same thing goes to, if you're calling your Black woman bald-headed and ugly, why shouldn't I be able to?
Yeah.
That she's G.I. Jane because she cut her hair. Why can't I do that? And so it's a bigger, and it's funny because that joke wasn't fun. It wasn't a funny joke for the first part. It didn't make any sense. I mean, you just looked at her bald head and you said G.I. Jane, and it wasn't funny. The whole room laughed, but it wasn't funny. But it was hurtful to one person, and we need to highlight that one person matters in our community.
Even if you look at just before he talked to Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, there was a white husband and wife sitting together, and he was saying to the husband, or he was making a statement that the husband must, or he's praying that he doesn't win or something, because then it will overshadow the wife, and the wife is going to bust his balls and all of this. But he never insulted her physically. Yeah. You know, he never made an example of her being like, I don't know, Cruella de Vil, but when it came to Jada Pinkett, he attacked her physical, how she looked, her appearance.
And not just to mention, just last week she posted a video, or a couple of weeks ago, she posted a video about this thing that she has, this medical condition that she has that has been really hard for her to deal with. And I'm trying to face this thing now. I'm coming out in public with this thing, and you're gonna make this fucking statement about it? Here I am. I'm trying to make myself confident in something that has been hard for me to be confident about, and this is what you have to joke about in the most esteemed situation. And my husband is about to get this award, and I should be feeling beautiful, and he should be feeling whatever, and yeah, everybody should be able to take a joke, but some people need to understand there's a line, and some people should not cross certain lines. And yes, it's never okay to hit someone, but man, we've been doing this thing where we've been disrespecting each other so long that we've gotten to the point where we're just like, okay, somebody got to get hit. Somebody needs to get hit. Maybe if one person gets hit, maybe other people will understand that there is a line. Maybe when I'm thinking about the joke I'm about to say about this person, and there's people they wouldn't joke like they wouldn't have done that to Jay-Z.
Never.
Done that to Tupac. They wouldn't have. There's certain people that they wouldn't have made that joke about. So
yeah,
has been open season for a lot of people. Some people say Chris wouldn't have. Will wouldn't have hit another comedian if it was another comedian. Well, I believe Chris wouldn't have said that to certain people, and that it goes both ways. And so the disrespect goes both ways. He wouldn't have. That joke wouldn't have gone across for just anybody. You know, he's comfortable. Joking with using the Smiths as a jab point. He's comfortable because he's done it. He's been doing it since '97, and nobody ain't saying nothing. There ain't nobody approached him. Will ain't never slap him. So, but I think with certain people like 50 Cent, he ain't gonna say that to 50.
Never. I also thought about 50 Cent, and even the whole thing was completely strange to me. Will Smith is never the guy who reacts this way, or maybe we just haven't seen it. It would be more a 50 Cent thing that would walk up and just, hit you because
there's
you
certain
said.
people he wouldn't have said that to because he would expect them to behave that
But
way.
he knew, yes.
He's done it before, over and over
Yes.
and over again, and he's not had to deal with it. So it got into a place where you're now, not only are you disrespecting this woman, but you're disrespecting her man, because you know you wouldn't do this if it was someone else like Jay-Z or one of these low-key rappers that are just about killing you right after the show because you done disrespected them. There's certain people you don't push that envelope with because you know they're capable of certain stuff. So because I'm in good behavior 90% of the time, you think that I'm okay, and my wife is open season. I'm sorry. It goes both ways. Will probably wouldn't have slapped somebody, another comedian, but he also wouldn't have made that joke about another person. So it goes both ways. So I love them all. They're my brothers. I may not appreciate all that they're doing. I definitely think these jokes I think y'all need to go watch Chris Rock in action as far as his comedic stance. And then I want y'all to really look at us as a people throughout the world and how people see us, view us. This whole Oscar thing is not the only thing that makes people view us lowly. The way that we speak about ourselves, especially in comedy. I mean, when you look back at some of the stuff we've been doing, I mean, portraying ourselves as crackheads, portraying ourselves as prostitutes, men wearing women drag. I mean, these are the things that we tell the world, laugh at. And then
as if that is the whole of us.
And yeah, and it's like when you go on stage and you go, Black women are like this, and you start detailing maybe behaviors of the lowest of us to the world about us. Come on now. So for me, the slap was evidently disrespectful, and I don't condone anyone getting hit. But then at the same time, I'm happy the slap happened because now we can look at the real problem, which is the way we talk to each other, even during jokes, even if it's his job. So he has a really good job. His job is to sit there and bash his own people all day.
Chris Rock, definitely, one even hears it in his stand-up comedies when he talks about his daughters. When his daughters were young, he says, in one of the stand-ups, he says he realized that the only thing he needed to do for his daughter is keep her off the pole. And I thought to myself, wow, to say that with all the resources that is available to your daughter, that's what you think? It's absolutely incredible, the things that he's been saying about Black women, and that Hair documentary as well. There were so many jabs at Black women.
Yeah, you don't even know. Like, I think the one that stands out for me is he's talking to this girl in India, and she has beautiful hair, and he was like, "Oh, is that all your hair?" She was like, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, you cut it," and he said, "Yeah, we cut it. It grows back." Oh, so your hair grows back like that? And then he made a statement like, "Well, if you see some Black women, run."
Yeah. Yes.
So for me, I'm tired of that shit. So I'm done with it. I'm done. I'm okay with it. I'm done. I'm tired of it. And I think that we are in a state in this, when we're sitting here asking, why do people treat us this way? It's because of things like that. That's a part of it. It's not the only aspect of it, but the self-talk, the way we present ourselves, the way we allow music to present us, comedy to present us, our acting, the movies that we take and allow to be portrayed about us. These things also represent who we are. We're telling this world, this is what we are. And comedy is a big part of that, man. Pay attention. So my dogs are out of hand, y'all. They're ready to get loose because I usually put them up while I'm. But that being said, sorry, I think this was a great conversation. I think it's a good beginning of a deeper conversation, which is I want to get into that whole protection thing. What does protection look like? What do Black women expect? And we'll get on that tomorrow. If I can get my husband back on. So
he's been so patient.
Sometimes he's like, wait a minute, I told you to get off at 10. If you don't get off at 10, I have all tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to continue. I pray. We're going to continue on what do Black women expect from Black men? What does protection look like? Are we realistic? Are we unrealistic? And I'm always biased. Come.
Do we even know? Do we even know? That's my thing. Do we even know what that is? What that looks like
and
for
what does it
us?
look like on the continent? What does it look like off the continent? Those people that have been on and off the continent, do you see the difference? Hey, I really want to know.
Even on the continent, Gina, because of what happened, it displaced all of us. Even on the continent, we are confused with our hair, with our skin color. I think, and sometimes when I look at the African Americans and South Africans, especially the Khoi people, we have so many similarities where we almost want to break out and be seen. And so we wear these loud colors and
exactly. Oh, I'm so happy. That's going to be another aspect of the conversation, because I think that's a part of it too, because we're trying so hard to be seen by them.
And be seen by one another as well.
Exactly. And so we're playing right into that rhetoric, or that, so I'm gonna get on a little earlier tomorrow because I don't want to stay on too late. I'm gonna get on around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and so that'll be a little earlier for me. And we'll try to have that conversation, or maybe not for long. But what does protection look like for a Black woman, and are we asking for too much? What is man's perspective of what protection looks like, and should women earn protection? That's a theme that I really tried to bring into this conversation, but it kind of went everywhere, and I really want to keep it on the protection. Part 2 will be just focusing on the protection. I don't want to talk about Chris Rock per se, or Jada per se, but I want to get into overall Black woman and this thing that keeps coming up. When we think about what Malcolm X said, that Black women, for the most part, are the most least respected women in the world. Is that true? And let's play that.
The most respected person in America
Gina,
is the Black woman.
I just want.
The most unprotected person in America is the Black woman. The most neglected person in America is the Black woman. And as Muslims, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us to respect our women and to protect our women. And the only time a Muslim really gets real violent is when someone goes to molest his woman. We will kill you for our woman. I'm making it plain, yes. We will kill you for our woman. We believe that if the white man will do whatever is necessary to see that his woman gets respect and protection, then you and I will never be recognized as men until we stand up like men and place the same penalty over the head of anyone who puts his filthy hands out to put in the direction of our women.
All right, so that was our beloved Malcolm, and every time I hear that man speak on that, it just does something to me. So because there's something that Black women, and I don't speak for all Black women, you hear a lot of Black women saying that they don't feel protected, and it's not true, because I know I'm protected by my husband. If somebody tries it, he's gonna. But there was times when I've been in relationship with Black men and I did not feel protected. And matter of fact, I felt the most unprotected. So tell me what you think, Sori, and then we'll get out of here. And to everyone in the comment section, I love you. Thank you for supporting me. I'm really trying to grow the channel. Please share. Get as many people as you know that might be interested in the channel. Always hit the like button. Watch some of my old videos. Let's get some movement. Hopefully that'll make the algorithm move. Go ahead, Sori.
I agree with everything you've said, Gina. Everything. I'm just at a point where we need to have honest discussions where we are not offended or don't take too much offense to what the other one is saying, because we need to start listening to one another. We should stop, always thinking that we are attacking one another. This is a colonial implementation into our communities, that we are always attacking one another. And yes, but this is what I really wanted to say, Gina.
I think I agree. I'm guilty of that because I get so passionate, man. Y'all don't even understand. And I need to stop because I know it's hard because I'm the one that starts these conversations, and I know folks be like, "Well, I can't even say what I think." Well, I don't allow pruning. I have to say that.
No, not pruning. Definitely not.
I can't allow it. My soul won't let me. It's not like I'm not telling y'all, but when I hear people start getting into, well, no. We have to look at things differently now. We have to, everything that happens have to be deep dive into how it affects the whole. That's all I'm saying.
Definitely. There's already too much negativity and negative stereotypes associated with us. We don't need to add on to that.
I agree.
Yeah, we don't need to add on, especially for the next generation. It seems as if we are even more lost than we were 100 years ago when it comes to unity and being there for us. I feel like it's almost for show now. Being Black is almost for show.
Yeah. I agree.
It doesn't feel real to me. It's like we are really having discussions about this, and people are really, putting in energy into changing things. It is the same things happening over and over again, and there's a little bit of talk and then it changes. I think
it's going to happen in a way where we're going to be talking and we're not going to see a big change, but the shift is happening, sis. Because even what happened at the academy, that was a part of the shift. That was a part of it. And I truly believe that was a necessary part of the shift. Because you see, from that, there's a sifting. There are men that are speaking up saying, he was right to stand up. There are men speaking up saying, no, he wasn't right. And with these conversations being had, there's a process where the good will stay and the bad will go. And I appreciate that.
I never thought about it that way.
I appreciate that, because I think that what's happening is that I think that we're being divided for a reason in a lot of situations. So, there are certain things that are going to take precedence and certain things that will no longer take precedence by this division. And there will be awakening of how things should be. And for me, contrast is always necessary for great shifts to happen. Yes.
I never thought about it that way, that this event had to happen for us to have this discussion.
Yes.
And it had to be them.
Many people are having this discussion, and many men are questioning, what is okay and what is not okay as far as what is allowed and what is not allowed. And I think the whole discussion of women being protected is being put on the forefront again. We might not agree with everything that's being said, but the fact that we're talking about it again, it will ignite. It will strike the match that will light, the candle that will see us to the next door, because we're in the dark with this. So I think that it's igniting something that is necessary for us to be able to see our way through the next space, that the cipher that we need to be in. So that being said, let me go prepare my mind, my thoughts, and my heart, and I hope you guys do the same too. When we talk about the fact that Black men are not protecting us, or Black men are protecting us, or there's a need for Black women to be protected, that's a big discussion. But then we also, you cannot speak on that because unless you also bring into the aspect of, do Black women need to behave in a certain way to be protected? Let's get into it tomorrow. We kind of touched on it today, but we kind of got sidetracked. Everybody that's going to be here, let's try to keep me on track with this tomorrow. I really want to talk on this protection thing and not lean too far from it, and really get a good understanding of where it is that there is the imbalance, at least with those of us that will join the conversation. So thank you so much, Sori.
Wonderful. I'm excited for the next conversation, Gina. And thank you so much for allowing us to come together. It's so amazing when I hear the brothers and the sisters talking and we can laugh with one another and we find so much similarities and commonalities within one another.
Even with our disagreements, trust me, it's still love.
Yes, that love is still there. That respect is still there. And that is what we need to do, I think, as a collective.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to, we're not always going to agree. And yes, we're going to be upset with each other. But at the end of the day, there is so much love here for you all. Period.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And much love to your husband who's been so patient with all of us.
He's gonna chew me up for a minute. That's what I'm going to do. A couple of days.
You can tell him the sister's apologizing.
You don't think you're going to go back tomorrow? There's a couple of days. When I'm up there, he's just sitting there talking.
He needs his wife.
So thank you so much, sis. You have a wonderful, wonderful morning for you. I love you much. Thank you.
I love you more. Have a wonderful day, Gina.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
So everybody in the comment section, I want to say thank you. I know I was a little overwhelming today, guys, but I've missed y'all. And so I had a lot of energy and I needed to get it all out. This right here is an important situation. It's not about those three people. For me, it's not about them. This discussion was about, it was about us. It was about the stuff that's in our kitchen, other people having access to it. I hope you all got that. Again, like I said earlier, there's so much love here for all of you. And you know how we do, the Blackness.